into teacher shortages in New South Wales. This is our second day of hearing, and before I commence, it's the custom of this Parliament to acknowledge the traditional inhabitants of this land, the Gadigal people of Aurora Nation, and I do that with all due respect, as well as acknowledging other important contributors to the history of this site, those who constructed the Parliament House building, very often working in a dangerous industry, and the many parliamentary staff over many decades who supported MPs and made our work and representative role possible. We acknowledge and thank them all. Today we'll be hearing from a number of witnesses, including representatives of the Centre for Independent Studies, Alpha Crucis University College, and the Teachers Work in Schools research team. We will also hear from the Science Teachers Association of New South Wales and the Association of Heads of Independent Schools. Finally, we'll hear from groups representing teachers and students in regional and remote areas, namely the CUC, the Society for the Provision of Education in Rural Australia, and the Isolated Children's Parents Association of New South Wales. While we have many witnesses with us in person, some will be appearing via video conference, and I thank them all for making time to give evidence to this important inquiry and also the submissions that have been made, which are of a very high standard. Before I commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. We're being broadcast live on the Parliament's website. A transcript of the hearing will be placed on the committee's website when it becomes available from our very efficient friends at Hansard. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded to take responsibility for what they publish. And while parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of their evidence at the hearing, and therefore I urge witnesses to be careful about comments that you might make to media or others after you complete your evidence. Committee hearings are not intended as a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others. In that regard, it's important for the witnesses to focus on the issues raised by the inquiry terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily in a negative fashion. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness according to the resolution of our chamber in 2018. If witnesses are unable to answer a question today, want more time, they can do so by taking the question on notice, and written answers to questions on notice are provided within 21 days. And if any witness wants to hand up documents, they can do so through the committee staff, or if they're on WebEx, by emailing to the Secretariat. In terms of the audibility of the hearing today, I remind both committee members and witnesses to speak into the microphone. For witnesses appearing remotely, please ensure your microphone is muted. As we have a number of witnesses in person and via video conference, it may be helpful to identify who questions are directed to and who is speaking. For those with hearing difficulties who are present in the room today, please note that the room is fitted with induction loops compatible with hearing aid systems that have telecoil receivers here in the freshly renovated Macquarie room that's being used apparently for the first time. No?
No.
For one of the early occasions following...
Maybe the first hearing.
Following its multiple
We have a deliberative
renovations.
or something, was it the other day? Yeah.
And if everyone can turn off their mobile phones for the duration of the hearing. I welcome now our first witness, Glenn Fahey from the Centre for Independent Studies. I thank him for his attendance today, but also the submission that's been made, which raises points that are somewhat different to other submissions. That's always healthy for the committee to test and interrogate various forms of evidence, particularly on the question of the pipeline of teachers coming into the profession. Is it adequate or inadequate? Is the problem the pipeline or just the number of vacancies we have at the New South Wales Education Department? So thanks very much, Glenn, for all your work, which is thorough as usual. And if you could now please state your name and position, title, and swear either the oath or affirmation.
I'm Glenn Fahey, Program Director in Education at the Centre for Independent Studies. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Glenn, would you like to make a short statement at the beginning of your testimony, or?
Yes, if I may.
Thank you.
And so I'd like to, of course, first thank the committee and the chair for the opportunity to be here today and to contribute to this important issue. The Centre for Independent Studies is an independent and non-partisan organisation in both the funding and research that we do. We don't do no commissioned research, and we don't take any government support for any of the public policy work that we do. As an organisation, we've been engaged in issues related to evidence-based policy and practice in education for more than 20 years. And like others that are contributors to this inquiry, we're also very interested in the issue of teacher workforce supply demand and potential solutions to policy challenges. Which I hope is evident in the length and depth of analysis presented in our submission. We approach the issue not as employers of teachers, not as trainers of teachers, nor as representatives of teachers, but as researchers interested in advancing evidence-based policy solutions and analysis that can inform an objective and dispassionate commitment toward the available evidence on this issue. And I'd urge members of this committee and indeed policymakers more broadly, when approaching this issue, to do so with the objective of having the greatest alignment to evidence and perhaps using their platform to attach a sense of proportion to this issue that is in some sectors dominated by a sense of perhaps hysteria. I would also just in my concluding comments before commencing, just draw attention to the evidence provided by one witness appearing today that appears to cite some evidence that dismisses evidence provided by CIS in our submission, in part on the basis of what appears to be 2019 school infrastructure New South Wales data, which cites, quote, a massive 21% growth in student numbers by 2031. That appears to be, as I say, from data from 2019. Data from 2022, recently published by the Department of Planning and the Environment, identifies population growth over the period 2021 to 2023, to 2031, to be 3.31%, not 21%. And that's in the school-age population, broadly aged 5 to 19. And with that, I'll yield to the chair and to the committee and hope that the evidence provided today is useful to your deliberations.
Which submission was that in, please?
That's the Alpha Crucis submission.
Right, okay, thank you. We'll start our questioning. Anthony D'Adam can kick off, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fahey, for your attendance today. I have to say I was a little taken aback by your submission. It runs contrary to pretty much all the other submissions that have been made to this inquiry. And I suppose my first question to you is, it seems that the guts of your proposition is that you're affirming the minister's earlier comments that the teacher shortages are beat up. Is that your evidence? Is that a fair summation of your evidence? Do you think that this is all just a beat up, that teachers are just complaining and that they should just be ignored, and that actually the evidence suggests that this is just not an issue that needs public attention?
I wouldn't use the phrase beat up, but I would suggest that the evidence that we've provided is broadly in line with the evidence provided by the Department of Education in their submission. I would note that by no means do we suggest that there are no challenges as far as teacher supply goes. There certainly is. Is the issue a matter of quantum alone? Perhaps not. I would also stress that some of the issues that perhaps are highlighted across many of the other submissions are related to issues like teacher attrition and issues like ITE pipeline and so on that don't seem to be aligned with where the evidence in fact is. So to give an example, many submissions cite very high levels of attrition based upon reported teachers' intentions to leave the profession. Teachers' reported intentions to leave the profession don't appear to be closely aligned to actual data of attrition, that is, teachers actually, in fact, leaving the workforce. It doesn't mean that there are not workforce issues or workload issues and burden issues that significantly impact upon the work of teachers, but it is to say that actual data pertaining to attrition represents attrition in the region of 4 to 5%. More so than the reported intentions to leave the profession, which over various horizons suggest in the vicinity of 40 and 50%.
Let me take you to that. So I think you're relying on ABS data, I think, in terms of, is it ABS data that you're relying on in terms of the attrition question or people's retirement
There's three
intentions? What's
sources
the
that all
source of the
appear to
data that you're
be.
relying on?
Sorry to interrupt you. Just to say that there's at least three sources of data that we rely upon in reaching that conclusion. One is ABS data, which asks respondents, do you expect to be in your current occupation in 12 months' time? We use that as a broad indicator of potential attrition. We also use job mobility data, which is where you have matched employees from 1 year to the next and ask what your occupation was in the previous year, what your occupation is in the current year, and we identify if those don't align, that may indicate attrition from teaching. And thirdly, we also rely upon the New South Wales Department's separations data, which the department's also included in its submission.
You'd think that source of data is probably the closest to the source of truth, wouldn't you? The New South Wales Department of Education's own data?
That's probably the case, and that data has been quite lagged, so that we've not had that publicly available until the submission, because the most recent data point publicly available to that data set was to 2019, whereas the department submission is more recent than that.
That data's flawed, isn't it? Because it doesn't take into account temporary or casual employee separations. It's only counting people who are separating from permanent positions. Isn't that correct?
I believe that's correct. The department will be able to provide you a full detail of how they account for that data. But as I say, the fact that it aligns very closely with the data collected from the ABS as well leaves me to be pretty confident in the broad region of where those numbers are.
So you also, I think, cite statistics in relation to the exits from the profession. I note that you haven't looked at or perhaps correct me if I'm wrong, you haven't looked at the accreditation data that's collected by NESA. Is that correct? That's not in your submission, or it is?
There is some information collected from NESA. So NESA collects attrition effectively on the basis of lapsed registrations, which is consistent with the practice also in the data collections in Queensland. We have used that data to analyse the particular question of early career exits. So that is teachers that lapse registration or don't renew registration within the first 5 years, which cites a report from NESA, but we've not widely used the data collected by NESA on that.
Are you familiar with the information that was brought to light in estimates earlier in the year about the 2020 to 2021 cessations, that almost 10,000 teachers ceased to have accreditation in New South Wales? Does that statistic contradict the general direction of your evidence about cessations, that it's not a crisis? 10,000 seems to be a lot of teachers leaving the profession in 1 year.
I think NESA would have to comment specifically on how they've applied the assessment re-accreditation. There are some other witnesses that might be able to provide further information about the relation of particularly accreditation requirements over a particular COVID period that may not necessarily mean that those not accredited indicate those that have left the workforce.
Could I just
Did you talk to any?
Sorry, Anthony, but just on a related point, Glenn, do you accept that there's been a particular problem in losing casual teachers in New South Wales? It seems that one of the paradoxes of the current period of teacher shortages and the evidence for that right around the state is that New South Wales once had sort of a reserve army of casual teachers, 15 to 20,000 of them that could be called on at any time. And in large part, they seem to have disappeared, which does indicate people have left the profession, at least those who were casual. And the evidence seems to point to three reasons: the impact of the vaccination mandates, the lockdown period when there was no work for the casuals, and in today's labour market they can find alternative work pretty easily, and then the number of casuals who seem to have picked up these COVID tutoring positions. So we do have a problem, don't we, in terms of the loss of that reserve army of casuals who in normal circumstances would come in to the schools and be teaching where the permanents are sick or have got a shortage.
So, as indicated in the submission, the latest available data that I can see on that suggests that around 12% of teachers are currently employed casual. AITSL's data suggests that's around 10%, so I'm fairly confident it's about the ballpark, which is much lower than it has been in previous years. That's true, and that's likely because casual teachers may be accepting full-time roles. I can't. It'll be up to the department to be able to provide you that information. But it's also, at least anecdotally, true that many have instead opted to work within the COVID-19 tutoring scheme. The audit office probably is best placed to provide a bit more of a forensic take on that, as I understand that they looked at it as part of their analysis. As far as the issue of casualisation goes, it wasn't long ago that we were told by policymakers and other stakeholders that a major problem was high rates of casualisation of the teacher workforce and that was creating insecure employment. But if we see that the rate of permanent employment's increased, particularly in more recent years, I suspect that that's in some respects also a positive development too. And can I also add to
evidence for that?
Can I, if I could just
Permanent employment has increased.
Sorry, just to finish, and then we'll come back to you, Anthony.
Yeah, so just a final point on that is to state that there's also relatively high rates at which non-permanent teachers are also working regular hours and consistent hours. So as far as from the data that I observe, I think there's been a reduction in insecure work as far as teaching goes in recent years as the labour market has tightened.
Anthony?
So this is purely relying on ABS data, is it, in terms of this assertion around the decline in insecure employment in the teaching workforce? Is that
ABS data primarily, but you could also consult AITSL's teacher workforce database that will also show you. Now, it's point in time, whereas ABS has a longitudinal set of data, at least at this point in time, and the ABS data shows a reduction in irregular and casual work in teaching.
But again, I mean, the source of information, the information that's closer to the source, the department's own data, suggests that's not true, that actually insecure forms of employment are actually increasing. We've got a much higher proportion of insecure employees than we did a decade ago. What do you say to that?
That may be the case. It'd be for the department to comment on that. The contents of this inquiry really are limited, as far as I understand, to really the contents and implications of the most recent years around COVID-19 and its aftermath and its impact upon the teacher labour market. The status of the teacher labour market at the moment is one that you have lower rates of casualisation than you did prior to that.
Do you think that how would you say the interaction between the two, or the public sector and the private sectors of the education system interrelate when it comes to a question of the labour market? They tend to operate quite independently, wouldn't you say?
I couldn't offer you too much detail upon that. By and large, we look at the data that's consolidated because the department, of course, has got a special interest in monitoring government schools, as do other employers around their own sectors. We look at really consolidated numbers, so I couldn't provide you much further information pertaining to specific sectors.
Did you consult any teachers in the preparation of your submission?
I understand that the bulk of submissions in the 130 submissions to this inquiry are from teachers and those that have worked within schools. We've consulted a pretty vast array of evidence that is mostly quantitative and mostly also in the public domain. We view our contribution in this space, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, not as a representative of teachers, not as an employer of teachers, but as researchers engaged upon this issue and in consultation with the evidence that we can bring to the issue.
So is that a no? You didn't consult any teachers in the preparation of your submission?
teachers are well represented in the contents of submissions available to the committee.
Okay.
Can I ask you about collective teacher efficacy? Just one last question, Mark.
Yep.
Do you support the idea of collective teacher efficacy? Is that a concept that you think is valid?
I think I'll need you to define what specifically you're looking at as far as collective teacher efficacy.
Well, it's that process of educators working together in a professional capacity to support each other's work and bringing their collective expertise to the process of educating students. It's certainly an area that John Hattie has identified as a phenomenon that actually has a relatively high effect. That when you get collective teacher efficacy, you get better results. Is that something that you would reject?
I would suggest that there's many things that teachers as a collective group are extremely well placed to inform policy and practice discussion, and that's especially around the work within schools. As far as the analysis of labour market dynamics, that's something that probably would benefit from a contribution from a range of sources.
Do you think your proposition around performance pay would undermine that particular idea of collective teacher efficacy, that creating a more competitive environment in the workplace around teacher remuneration, that would have a deleterious effect on collective teacher efficacy, something that's been demonstrated to have a significant effect on student outcomes?
There's many sources that you could consult that identify that teachers are not sufficiently recognised for the content of their practice, and that includes many surveys of teachers that comment that the appraisal process doesn't properly reward and recognise their professional accomplishments and development, which leads me to conclude that many teachers would benefit from a performance management system that would produce a closer nexus between remuneration and professional opportunities to the quality of practice within the workplace, especially when it comes to teaching practice, which collective teacher efficacy would lead us to conclude that by and large teaching practice is well developed when teams of teachers work together and in schools that have got a commitment toward improving practice as a group. So there's no reason I would imagine that there is the assertion that it would be a competitive or reductionist or zero-sum approach toward improving student outcomes. I think would be very unlikely, and I can't imagine that would be a likely outcome from better reward and recognition of.
Isn't that inherent in some form of performance-based pay?
You've had a good go.
I'll yield the floor to
others. Questions, so we will have to go to Scott Farlow now, please.
Continues on. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Fahey, for both your submission and for being here today. Just interested in terms of the data you cite. Unfortunately, submission's not with page numbers, but it's the data. It's the OECD data, with respect to approximate teacher attrition rates in government schools in the OECD. I've got to say, looking at that figure, and walk me through it in a sense, but it seems like New South Wales, and not just New South Wales alone, but Australian schools have a much lower attrition rate than what we would maybe think from the Northern Hemisphere, and particularly a market where we might think is in the Scandinavian model in Norway, for instance, that have large attrition rates. Is there any sort of understanding you have as to why those rates are what they are?
So the OECD collects this data quite infrequently. Unfortunately, it's because it is a difficult data set to consolidate. Of course, just like in Australia, it's very difficult to equate different attrition because it's often measured differently between different states, as it is between different countries. But the general conclusion that we can gain from the picture from OECD data is frankly that all Australian jurisdictions have got lower rates of teacher attrition than in many countries within the OECD, and including those in Northern Europe and probably England, which has got a reasonably similar school system to ours in some respects, does have significantly higher attrition. it's almost impossible to compare labour markets broadly as far as what might be explaining that, but it's something that I say I can comment on what that data shows us, and I think it's one that's worth exploring.
And the data you cite below from NESA shows sort of, I would say, an upward trend in terms of younger teachers coming into the profession at the moment. Is that something you would concede is occurring, that there is a higher attrition rate, at least on trend at the moment, in terms of teachers coming into the system?
So teachers entering the system are not necessarily younger teachers, just to be clear. So it's early career teachers.
I should clarify that, yep.
So we're limited by the two sorts of sources of data that we can consult when it comes to New South Wales early career attrition. One of those is NESA's collection. NESA's collection does have a higher rate in the cohort of 2013 to 18, but that's also some years old as well. So I'll encourage a more up-to-date set of data that could potentially supplement that. While, yes, 13 to 18 is higher than it was in, say, 9 to 14, but then the 2012 to 2017 cohort also was lower than the year before that. So it's generally upward, but it's not as consistently upward as you might expect. And if we look at ABS data, we don't see significant increases in over time. So there's not. It would be difficult to conclude at this stage that there's a significant upward trend in early career attrition.
And the data you cite from the ABS, which I think you were discussing with Mr. Diadam as well, of course shows a trend increase in terms of the number of teachers and non-teaching staff in New South Wales. There is a blip in 2019. Do you want to explain that to us at all in terms of what occurred there? Is that a change in the way it was assessed or the like, or is there a reason driving that significant drop in 2019?
Yeah, so there is a change in 2019. The department will be able to provide further details on it, but it's understood to be a change in the payroll, the way that payroll is monitored and collected, related to how full-time equivalent teachers were collected between those years. But that explains where that dip occurs.
Excellent. Other information that you cite in terms of the number of, and let me just find where it is, but in terms of the hours worked per week due to illness and the like, which has of course seen a significant increase recently, which I imagine is partly due to the COVID isolation orders and the like. Is that something you would agree with? I can't find where that graph is on your report, but I do remember seeing it.
Yeah, so the data there that's collected is based upon ABS data, which asked in the week prior, so we can consider that to be a typical week. Had you lost time due to illness in that week, or for family illness? The estimate from that is that almost doubled in this year compared to last year, which is,
I think from memory it was like 14% or something.
Yes, it's about 15.4% that we would estimate, and that again that's not a precise figure. It's based upon extrapolating off other information available to us through an analysis that was done by the ABS in the May release. So what it would suggest, and the department in its submission also provided some data to indicate the amount of time lost. The specific data that we source is the proportion of teachers whom lost time in a given week, which are not exactly the same, but point in a similar direction.
And I take it this goes back to one of the points you made in your submission about the general labour market at the moment and momentary shortages in labour, which are occurring in the labour market, not just in teaching but across the labour market, due to things like isolation orders and that as well, and of course increased illness, which is within the community due to the pandemic and other illnesses coming back into circulation. Just wanting to pick up as well in terms of your submission, and one of the issues you've highlighted, which we've seen in surveys and that from teachers as well, is in terms of the burden of the paperwork which is occurring at the moment. Of course, the Premier's outlined that that's one of his key agenda items in being able to reduce teachers' paperwork. Is that something you think would be a significant factor in being able to change the outlook of teachers in terms of the profession at the moment?
Look, on all available survey data really points to administrative burdens being a major contributing factor toward toward burnout and other forms of workplace stress, and also to hours. I can cite from OECD, compared to the OECD average, Australian teachers spend about nearly 1.5 hours more per week than the OECD average on administrative work. If you're combining the additional hours that Australian teachers spend compared to the OECD average on issues like administrative work and other school-based administrative tasks, you'd be looking at in the realm of 3 hours per week additional time that's spent compared to the OECD average.
And last question from me. You've outlined as well and picked up at the Productivity Commission recommendation in terms of phasing out the 2 years master's degree. What would you see that being supplemented by?
So there's a range of potential options, and there'd be I suspect there'll be other witnesses that will provide details about the specific models in which they're offering, because there are some ITE providers who are offering more flexible options currently, and I'll leave that for them to provide the details of. But for many years, Australia was well served by the graduate diploma, which was the benchmark or standard for postgraduate entry or supplementary education degree. There's no reason to believe, and at least from the evidence that we've collected and analysed, which shows us that the educational qualification that Australian teachers have doesn't appear to be associated with differences in students' achievement. So it leaves me to conclude that longer and more qualifications don't appear to be associated with higher performing teachers per se, at least in terms of student achievement relationships. And that's fairly consistent across other international surveys and studies that look at this issue. So I would be left to conclude that, which is also citing evidence from the Quality Initial Teacher Education Review from the federal government, which noted that there was the 1 year masters did appear to be a contributing factor toward disincentivising potential entrants to teaching, which in the current environment I think would not be a strong outcome.
Thank you.
Abigail Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you, Mr. Fahey. Can I just ask, before we get into the substance of your submission, so you're a program director at the Centre for Independent Studies. How long have you been there?
I've been with CIS for about 3 years.
And what were you doing before that?
So prior to that, I worked at the OECD's Centre for Educational Research and Innovation. And prior to that, I worked at the UTS's Institute for Public Policy and Governance. And prior to that, I worked at the Australian Treasury.
Great. Thank you. Have you, in terms of your background, have you had any teaching experience or done any sort of teaching education, or has it been on the sort of purely on the academic side of things?
As I highlighted in my opening comments, I'm a researcher that's engaged in this space. Contributing to the research base in any field is not contingent upon.
Oh, no, clearly not. I'm just curious. And did you sorry, and apologies for not knowing this already, but did we invite your organisation to make a submission? Was that from the committee?
The inquiry was open for public submissions.
Right, we didn't specifically invite. I'm just curious.
The CIS, I think, has probably made a submission to all of our.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to whether
take a
we
variety
actually...
of viewpoints and research backgrounds,
I'm
and
just getting
here
some
we are
background.
this morning.
Okay, good. And did you speak with the minister, Minister Mitchell, or any member of her team, or anybody in the department in the course of making your submission, or in relation to any aspect of your submission?
As a regular course of business, we engage with political representatives and their staff as part of the work we do. Part of our work is to produce research and also to advocate for the evidence that we see in the course of that. But so, have we been engaged with political staff? Or the minister
in relation to the submission. So any aspect of this submission. Have you had contact with the minister staff, or anyone in the department in relation to any aspect of your submission?
as far as any aspect of the submission goes, the work contained within this submission
Very
includes
specific
work that's also
question, Mr.
published.
Fahey.
It is a specific question. If you could just answer the question.
So the information contained within this submission includes work that was produced up until the last quarter of last year, which is quite a long window in which you're referring to. So there's over that period of time, have we engaged the minister and her staff and advise them of the work that we've done and the findings of our research? Yes, we have.
With respect, you've just reframed my question. That wasn't my question. My question is, have you had any communication with the minister, the minister's staff, or the department in relation to any aspect of your submission? So not the evidence that you've compiled into here, but the actual submission itself, so the content, what it might contain, where the direction of it was going, anything at all, any aspect. And I remind you, you're under oath.
So as I stated in my opening comments, the CIS is independent in the work that we do. We're non-partisan. We don't
Again, that's not answering my question. It's a
Well, let
very
him
straightforward
finish.
yes or no.
In the course of producing and preparing this work, we've consulted publicly available sources, including academic research and all of it publicly available data. We've not received any additional data.
Mr.
Or any
Fahey, you've been
additional
asked
information.
about the
Again, that's
minister's
not the
office.
question. Sorry, Mr. Diadam.
Just trying to bring Mr. Fahey back to the question that you've asked, Ms. Boyd. You were asked about the minister's office, the minister's staff, the department. Did you consult them in the preparation of your submission? It's a simple question, yes or no.
In the course of doing business in this work, in an area that we've been engaged with, including me personally, I've personally been researching this issue for the bulk of the last 9 months. During the course of that period, yes, we've consulted and provided our analysis to political representatives that are not limited, obviously, to this state, but also federally, because it's an issue that we've.
Let me just interrupt you there, because again, you're not answering the question. The question, again, and I remind you that you're under oath, and I also remind you that this committee has broad powers, as does the upper house, to request documents to investigate into matters. Have you had communications with the minister, the minister's staff, or the Department of Education in relation to the contents of your submission? Absent things that you've done beforehand with evidence or any of your ordinary in the course of dealings, the question is whether in relation to this submission you have had communications with the minister, the minister's staff, or the department.
We supplied a copy of the submission to the minister's staff.
Did you provide a draft of that?
We provided a version of that was received before the committee. Its contents is almost identical to the version that you have in front of you.
Why did you do that?
We did that because because of the nature of the inquiry deadline that we submitted. We were a late submission because we took some time to edit our submission to ensure it was fit for publication.
The minister has no control, though, over what the committee does or doesn't do. So why would you provide it to the minister's staff?
It's a regular course of business. We would, if we were submitting an inquiry in any forum, we would provide the opportunity. We would provide the information that's going toward the committee to the minister as part of our open dialogue with them.
Why would you submit not the final version to them then? What was the purpose of submitting a draft?
There's no purpose in which that was in any way different, only to provide advice.
Were you expecting a response in relation to the content of the submission?
No, we don't ask or solicit any feedback on the information that we provide. As I made clear in my opening comments, we don't do work that's commissioned or is engaged in a partisan way.
And was that the only contact you had with the minister's staff, or the department in relation to the submission?
Again, in relation to the submission, is a very broad statement. The submission contains a series of evidence that is around 50 pages worth, and is work that's been engaged with over a long period of time. We've
excluding that work, actually the contents of the
last,
recommendations
we'll
in
have to
your
make it the last
report.
question because 2 other committee members have got questions.
Can I ask if there's a specific section in which you'd like to draw attention to?
For example, the recommendations. I shared Mr. D. Adams' view that there are some remarkable findings in here. There's, in some places, there's conflicting kind of advice. There's stuff where you're not really backed up the reason for saying things. For example, where you say on page, there's no page numbers. I think it's page 3 though, that there's little reason to believe that attrition prevention measures will materially improve the state of teacher supply. But then you go on later to talk about how the supply side for new teachers coming in is also, the demand for ITE is also related to pay and conditions and status. To my mind, it's a surprising submission. I'm just curious as to whether there was interaction between you and the department in relation, or you and the minister, in relation to providing this sort of submission. It concerns me that you sent a draft to the minister or the minister's staff in the context of an inquiry which is supposed to have independence from the government. So this is the reason for the questions. I'm curious, and I'm also worried because I believe that you're dodging now. If you could please tell me which aspects of the submission you did have consultation or communications with the minister, the minister's staff, or the department.
So the minister at no time has been consulted with it, if I can make that clear. As far as you've asked about the findings within the contents of the submission, and I'm obviously here in a capacity in which to provide answers in relation to that. You asked about the why there was a conclusion that attrition prevention may not be a significant factor as far as sustaining the teacher workforce supply. The reason for that, as I indicated in earlier comments, is that attrition appears to be in the vicinity of 4 to 5% in the teacher workforce.
Sorry, just to stop you, because I did have the benefit of Mr. D. Adams' questioning on that. My question again is which aspects of this did you have communications with the minister's staff? You've said not the minister, but what about the minister's staff in relation to the preparation of your submission?
They've received a copy of it. We've not engaged or consulted on specific elements within it.
So there was no communication where you mentioned
Courtney
it before
Housos,
that.
please. You've had probably 15 questions there, and it's all on the record, Courtney.
I think my colleagues have canvassed the Centre for Independent Studies views quite extensively. Thanks very much. I don't have any.
Okay. Well, I'll come on and then we'll go round again. Could I just say the submission is very comprehensive. It's a real encyclopedia of data, and from my point of view, whether you got that from the minister or the ABS or any other source is useful to the committee in that regard. And I personally don't regard Sarah Mitchell as a CIS type of person.
I was surprised myself.
I must say. But I do have a question about one of your central conclusions.
It's there on their website.
How valid it is. You're saying that effectively that there's no pipeline problem with new entrants coming into the teaching profession, and there's no problem with the status of teaching as such. At page 2, you say little evidence that overall teacher workforce numbers are in long-term crisis. But in the submission from the Australian Institute for Teaching and School Leadership, specifically their Australian teacher workforce data, which is sort of regarded as the standard guide to these matters, they say there's been a 13% drop in postgraduate commencements and a 22% drop in undergraduate commencements. So doesn't that point to a problem that's not reflected in your conclusion?
So the ITA pipeline is a source of part of that challenge for sure. As far as where we measure a decline from or an increase from, it all depends upon which point is chosen. The reference point that's sometimes used is 2017, which is quite a high year for commencements. Obviously, it's complicated picture because you have commencements, you've got completions, you've got some students that take, on average, a little longer to complete now than they did before. So there are a range of issues that are intersecting all at the same time when it comes to ITE pipeline. One of the issues that you have in recent years has also been that in some of the years there's been a smaller graduating cohort of Year 12 students, which are the potential pool for ITE, as with all post-school study. You can see that in the years ahead, there's quite a strong outlook as far as projected Year 12 completers, which is likely to feed into quite healthy numbers in ITE. I would suggest that the major concern when it comes to ITE is a relatively low completion rate. With a completion rate that's in the vicinity of 15% lower than it is for other qualifications, that's a source that significantly impacts upon the pipeline.
Right, and you also have a statement here that a suitable salary level for mid-career changes coming into teaching would be $115,000. How was that arrived at?
Yeah, so that estimate's derived from looking at the potential target workers within the potential target industry in the typical age bracket of which you might expect mid-career teacher entrants to come from. That's where, if we make a comparison to what the average salary is typically in that industry, that's what you'd find. I'd also suggest that some of the evidence provided to the Quality Initial Teacher Education Review would also suggest that that one of the deterrents and disincentives for potential teachers to enter teaching from a mid-career perspective is that they're asked to, in some instances, accept a salary that's equivalent to a graduate teacher rather than somebody with several years of experience that might be appropriate subject matter or other experience that could be recognised.
Right, and the main thrust of your thinking on these labour market issues is to use financial incentives. You say a 5% permanent differential for science and maths teachers. Is that enough? The same outfit, AITSL, I suppose, is the acronym, have spoken of $10,000 to $30,000 bonuses for in-field teaching, and I suppose that also applies to regional and remote. Isn't that more realistic than just the 5%?
Well, it's hard to know. Financial incentives are part of the picture. As many surveys will show, that the pay itself is not always the strongest determinant of teachers' reasons for entering teaching or indeed for staying in teaching. It does matter, by all means. It's not everything. Many of the intrinsic motivation factors tend to rate even more highly than pay in many surveys. As far as what would be an appropriate level, if we compare graduates in those salaries to graduates in teaching, something in the realm of 5 to 10% is likely to be sufficient. If we looked at some evidence out of the UK, a 5% salary supplement for in-demand subjects, and their level of in-demand when it comes to maths and science is lower than our level of out-of-field teaching, though those definitions do vary. It may be the case that in our environment that may be different, but such a simulation, as far as I'm aware, has not been done.
Right, and CIS are long-term holders of a view that the ITE deviates from the evidence base in our university teaching colleges, and I certainly agree with that. What do you think of this idea that's floated, I think, by the Federal Minister and certainly by Alpha Crucis in their model, to make ITE more like an apprenticeship model, where essentially instead of doing your training and then there's a prac, the in classroom experience and training is there from day one. It's integrated into all aspects of the teacher training.
So the evidence, as far as teacher preparation goes, suggests that the more time spent and the environment in which teachers spend in their pre-service period, actually working within schools and including managing classes, is the most significant determinant as far as their preparation or readiness for teaching, more correctly. So there's reason to believe that increasing the time and indeed the quality of the time spent in terms of practicum is likely to to improve the preparedness of Australian teachers.
Do you think that is a way of getting the entrance closer to the evidence base? That obviously teaching in a classroom is a practical demonstration of what works and what doesn't work with the students. So that would help, wouldn't it?
Look, it's likely to help. So some of the evidence suggests that teachers that go through an intensive practicum in a highly supportive school that's high performing can complete their studies as effective as a third-year teacher in US studies, and this suggests that there's a significant opportunity for teachers that are engaged in a practicum to be more prepared and more effective when they enter the workforce. As far as comparing pedagogical practices, we would infer that it would be likely that teachers that go through a practicum may adopt and prefer or demonstrate adherence to specific practices more so than others, and that's something that one would expect that teaching performance assessments that are administered may be able to provide evidence on in future.
Thank you. Anthony Diadam, further question?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Mr. Fahey, would you say that this submission has academic rigour?
It's not an academic journal, and the committee hasn't requested only academically published journal publications as part of its submission process.
But you try and meet academic standards. I mean, you're an independent research organisation. Surely you aspire to academic standards.
So the submission
Demonstrate your
includes
independence.
the submission includes a collection of data contained from Australian and international data sources, as well as a range of academic sources. If that answers the question.
Do you think it's fair? I mean, in terms of presenting evidence, you've opened your remarks by saying that the Centre for Independent Studies tries to take an evidence-based approach. The thing that concerns me about your submission is that it doesn't appear to weigh any counter evidence. So there doesn't appear to be any significant observations about, I suppose, countervailing or contrary evidence in the assertions and the evidence that you've brought to bear in your submission. Why is that?
The call for submissions was to provide evidence to the best of our ability as far as the issues identified in terms of reference. It hasn't asked for specifically asked for weighing of different perspectives. Those perspectives come up in the course of the committee's work, and it's the task of the committee to make those judgments.
But surely in an evidence-based approach, you would balance the evidence. You would look at the evidence that's available and you would weigh it, and, you know, it might come down one way or another, but you would certainly make reference to contradictory positions, and you would. But it seems to me that in your submission, you've cherry-picked the evidence. You picked the stuff that supports the ideological disposition of the CIS, rather than actually taking an independent approach, a balanced approach, an evidence-based approach. Do you think that's a fair assessment of your submission, Mr. Fahey?
So the data sources primarily are from the ABS, the OECD, and the New South Wales Department's CC data. I suspect none of those are in any way unbalanced or produced in any way that without the highest standards of integrity. Is there a specific data source in which you would draw?
Well, of course, if you present the evidence, in a certain way, you can always suggest a certain line of action. But
That's right.
without the weighing of evidence, surely that creates a biased approach.
Yeah, look. Can I just say that we've had this line of questioning. It's unusual that there's a concerted attempt to discredit a witness. The committee would normally work on the basis everything submitted has an element of ideology. Can we get back to the substance of what's actually being recommended?
To that, though, I think that establishing the...
We could all attack people from the other side of politics, but in all
But
due
that's-
respect, that's outside the terms of reference of
This
the
is not a
committee.
politician, though. This is a person who's presenting as an expert
Everyone
witness.
knows where the CIS comes from. Can we actually get to the substance of what they're...
Well, there is no substance if it
the
hasn't been
committee?
prepared in an independent manner. is
I
there?
just think we're wasting the committee's time going down this line of questioning, okay? The point's been made.
I think
Can
the
we have
submission is
something a bit
wasting
more
the committee's
substantial,
time.
please?
Well, I'll ask a further question then. I wanted to ask about the inclusion of the table, the comparative table on working hours. I'm just trying to find it. It's towards the end of the submission. It's an OECD table. And what was the purpose of including this, Mr. Fahey? I mean, you're trying to demonstrate that teachers comparatively don't have high workloads. Was that the purpose of including that particular table?
So there's a few different sources that compare working hours and teachers' reported conditions and satisfaction within the profession that compare Australian data and OECD data. That data is collected and made available to all potential users and is an internationally credible source. And I suspect that you're not impugning the status or integrity of that data collection, but the consistently across those collections shows that Australian teachers are by and large report higher levels of satisfaction and working conditions than is found compared to the OECD average. When we compare overall working hours, while it's true that not all countries have got the same labour market conditions and expectations, if we compare to other Anglosphere countries, teachers' working hours are broadly consistent with what you see in other Anglosphere countries.
So the purpose of including that is to lead the committee to draw in the conclusion that in spite of the evidence that we've received from a whole range of other submissions about workload, that actually workload comparatively, internationally comparatively, Australian teachers aren't working that hard. That's what you're trying to suggest that we conclude from that, including that bit of evidence. Is that fair, Mr. Fahey?
What I'd ask the committee to take from that piece of evidence is that on the numbers that are collected, which is based on survey data from teachers, is that working hours are reported as being similar to in other OECD countries, and I think that's important and relevant information to the committee. It doesn't make any judgment upon the quality or the workload of those hours. It makes, as it states, it simply states that that's the data that's available to us. Which I mean, the conclusion that the committee's work.
The conclusion that you're suggesting the committee draw is that the workload concerns that have been articulated by other sources should just be disregarded.
There's several
comparatively, it's not something we should put much weight on.
That's up for the committee to make a judgment upon. But several sources of data have been provided which do look at the issue of teachers' work hours compared to other professions and also compared to teachers within other countries. And it's not just the number of hours that we've looked at. We've also looked at the composition of those hours and made the comparison that you see in one of the figures, which compares the time spent on different activities compared to other countries. The reason why that's done is because the OECD, PISA and TALIS linkage data did look at the usage of teachers' time and tried to associate that with student outcomes to try to understand how the different usage and time spent, the different uses of teachers' time and the amount of working hours that teachers have, what relationship that has to student outcomes, because that is a matter of policy concern.
We'll have to go to Courtney Houssos because she's got a question and we're running out of time.
One final question. Thanks very much, Mr. Fahey. I just wanted to ask you, you talk about in your submission the need for better collection of data, and that's certainly something that's come up within our inquiry already. And we heard in our last hearing about the issues with collating that data. Specifically, it was around merged classes and temporary combining of classes. I wanted to ask you about what is the kind of data that's provided by the Victorian government and how is it different to what's provided by the New South Wales government?
The Victorian government does produce, or the Victorian Department does provide a more detailed supply and demand report, and that I believe it's intended to be an annual publication, but I don't believe it's publicly available for all years. That does provide quite detailed information by sectors, including early childhood through to primary and secondary school, data about current and projected teacher numbers and status. So it's broken up it's quite an informative report and something that I would recommend that other jurisdictions attempt to replicate. One of the other important items that's different about the collection in Victoria is it identifies what they call potential teacher supply, which are individuals who are not currently working as teachers but may be registered, which just gives a richer source of information about those that are potentially able to fill vacancies within the workforce.
And the Victorians actually provide a range of additional data on HSC results, their VCE results and other measures throughout the system. So this is something that's consistent with the Victorian government that the New South Wales Department doesn't provide. Is that correct?
I couldn't make a further judgment upon that, but I can only to say that the teacher workforce report is more detailed and more timely than what we have available here.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Fahey.
Okay, thank you. Being 11 o'clock, we're out of time. Thank you very much, Glenn, for your participation and answering so many questions, many scores of them from around the table. And as I said initially, there's a lot of information in this report of yours, your submission, that is useful to the committee. So we thank you again, and we'll see you next time. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
We now hand over to Alpha Crucis. If Nick and David could come forward. We've got Professor David Hasty and Nick Jensen. Thanks, gentlemen, for your time and also the excellent submission, also the excellent work you do. I had the opportunity, was it last year, to see that in Newcastle, your Newcastle hub, which now appears to be sort of where the orthodoxy is headed. This is how we do early teacher training. So if we could just swear you in if you could state your name, position, and then take either the oath or affirmation. Thanks.
I'm David Hasty. I'm Deputy Vice President Development at Alpha Crucis University College.
And take the oath or affirmation.
I take the oath.
You've got to read it out in front of you.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And Nick?
Mr. Nick Jensen, Director of Government Relations at Alpha Crucis University College. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And would you like to make an opening statement on behalf of the college?
Yes, thank you so much. With all due respect to my colleagues who've made other submissions, I think unlike most of the submissions to this inquiry, we already have a solution on the ground that is working. That all of the recommendations coming out of the Teacher Workforce Roundtable that occurred last week, early placements, paid placements, closer monitoring, completion retention rates, higher ATAR, closer vet, HE partnerships, have already been successfully, albeit on a small scale, implemented by the New South Wales Teaching School Hub model, with a 95% retention rate and a much higher average ATAR for candidates. We are extremely grateful to this committee for recommending the Alpha Crucis University College Clinical Teaching Hub model in the 2021 Future Development New South Wales Tertiary Sector Report, which led to a $2.9 million investment in a 3-sector pilot of the hub model. That's state, Catholic and independent. Currently running in the Hunter, in Wilcannia Forbes, in our most remote regions, and the State School Hub about to start next year in the Riverina in a group of 10 schools. We have now, including Indigenous women, training as teachers in their hometowns, a thing of great pride for us. And all of this without any Commonwealth-supported places. Those Indigenous women are paying $60,000 for their degrees, where failing public tertiary gets Commonwealth-supported places just by sitting there. So we're not interested in thought bubbles and a hermeneutic of complaint at this inquiry. We want New South Wales to lead the charge in education reform, and thank this committee for so obviously sharing that vision with us.
Thank you very much. Could you just elaborate on the problem with the Commonwealth-supported places? It seems to me it's just quite random, isn't it? What historically some organisations were selected for that financial benefit, others were left out. It's got nothing to do with merit. And you've been left out, unfortunately, and how can that be corrected?
Yes, Julia Gillard, who was an excellent education minister, handed out tranches of Commonwealth-supported places to non-government providers in the noughties. And there's no formal instrument for endowing Commonwealth-supported places on non-government tertiary providers, and that door shut. After which we commenced an education program at our university college. So there's been no instrument. It's been up to ministerial discretion. And so we simply ask the Commonwealth to come to its senses and to fund a program that's working really well, whether that's by transferring from other institutions where it's not working well or coming up with some other source of the funding. We don't really mind, but it's the Matthew principle, give to those who are doing well and don't give to those who aren't. So obviously it's a Commonwealth issue. This committee can't resolve that, but this committee would be in a position to exert influence, I think, on the Commonwealth.
Right. Is there any sign of progress with the new Minister, Jason Clare, who seems to be a supporter of this apprenticeship hub model that works so well?
We've raised the issue with his office and the department, who have been responsive and helpful, but as of yet, we're not aware that a review has begun. It's also worth putting into context that there was legislation at the start of last year that had bipartisan support and created a new category of university college, which Alpha Crucis was recognised into. But as of yet, there isn't any financial incentive attached to that, despite the recognition of superior higher education quality. So as far as I'm aware, the previous education minister was willing to look at whether CSPs should be considered now in light of the new category as an incentive for higher education bodies. But at the moment, we don't know where that review stands.
Right. And was Jason Clare's Labor predecessor, Tanya Plibersek, supportive of bringing you into the CSPs?
We hadn't had the conversation.
You hadn't had the conversation with her. Okay. So we'll see what comes out of the new representations. As I mentioned earlier, I had the chance to have a look at the work at Newcastle Hub, and it seemed to me that the quality of classroom practice was fantastic. The level of enthusiasm and engagement by the trainee teachers was exceptional, and from what I could see, it was all working exactly how the system would like, particularly in servicing these regional areas. So the work you're doing elsewhere in Wilcannia, Forbes, Riverina, and with Indigenous education is particularly valuable, given the teacher shortages, rural and regional. Is there anything you're looking to improve on the Newcastle experience? That's obviously, you know, your first go at one of these regional hubs.
Well, it's an entrepreneurial venture, and we're good at that because we're agile as a college. I think it's in a self-improvement spiral all the time. I think probably one of the key answers, how I would answer that, is that we need to view schools as learning ecologies. I think probably the approach up to this point has been a lot of centralised bits and pieces, whereas schools are local and they're embedded in local communities, and there's an ecology of learning where there are students. We are suggesting that trainee teachers should be enmeshed in the ecology of learning. Then you have your professional development, which should be micro-accredited into master's degrees, and your leadership tracks. Now, all of these are interrelated and need to be connected through high staff stability, so low staff churn, and a sense of community, social capital, and altruism of mission. And so I think probably what we're doing in the hub in the Hunter is starting to develop this notion of training their leaders as well. So we're putting together an MBA education so that there's a clear, and it's an ethos-centred one. It's about character and competency with skills attached to that as they progress. So I think in answering your question, that's probably the next step for us. Okay. But it's a little off topic here, I suppose.
Not at all.
Oh, no. It's,
Not at all.
I think, the time suits you, this apprenticeship model. And the feedback I had from those trainee teachers was that they get plenty of theory, but theory that doesn't work in the classroom is not much use, and that the feedback they were getting in practice was the main point of enthusiasm for becoming teachers, to going on with the profession. So I thought it was outstanding from what I could see. But on your point 3 about compliance regimes, we've discussed here previously land tight and whether that could happen earlier. What are these other points you've made about the the end-on compliance regimes that are onerous in keeping trainee teachers in the profession? You've mentioned continuous professional learning thresholds, pre-service values and ability testing, load obligations, and identity management. What would you do differently to these problems that at the moment lead to a higher attrition rate than we'd like?
Well, I think what's lacking in a lot of initial teacher education degrees is a unified narrative of what it means to teach. So from where to go, you start, you finish your degree, and you come out with a clear sense of what it means to teach and what it means to be in teaching, and that's enmeshed into a community. Now, there are compliance levels like the TPAs and the land-tight tests that have been brought in. You also have things like in New South Wales, the 3 Band 5s, which must include English as well. And so there's these levels of compliance. I don't necessarily disagree with any of those compliance instruments. I think land-tight's important, but it's not. It shouldn't be treated as a sort of a simple instrument. It's actually quite a complex instrument. And the suggestions to move it to the front of training as a screening device, no one's thought through the logistics of how that might work. If you've got thousands of people applying for teaching, who runs the land-tight test? When does it run? Is it run in November or is it run in January? So there's all sorts of questions around that. And what about really good teachers who don't get through the land-tight test in the first go because they're really bad at maths, but they're brilliant at everything else? Or what if they didn't finish school, but they're in their 30s and they're going to be a brilliant teacher? And so you need to have varieties of diversity of entry. I'm not talking about lowering standards, but I'm talking about being flexible in the way that you use those instruments. However, I think a lot of the compliance constraints are ameliorated if there's a really strong sense of we really believe in this and we're in this together and we're enmeshed in a community and we're enmeshed in a mission. In a lot of ways, higher pay, I'm not going to oppose it, it's a great thing, but the research indicates that that teachers work for altruistic reasons. They don't really work for money. And the altruism needs to be connected into a sense of community mission, whether you're a trainee teacher or whether you're a beginning teacher or a school leader. It needs to be this sense of local, autonomous and integrated mission.
Yeah, just finally, how many of your teachers hit the land-tight hurdle and drop out?
In the hubs, we haven't had anyone fail the land-tight.
Right, okay. That's a good sign.
Yeah, but we do have a retail tranche of students who come through, normal sort of regular students, and we've had a couple of those who've had to do it a couple of times, but we've never had anyone fail it.
Right, you get three attempts at it.
Yeah.
So your failure rate at the moment is 0. That's pretty good. Other questions, Courtney Hussos?
Yeah, thanks very much. Associate Professor Hasey, I was just interested in you expanding on that idea of the MBA for education. I think that's really interesting when you talk about the culture of a school. Obviously, part of that is about leadership training, but to transition from a Masters of Teaching to actually a specialised MBA for education, that's really interesting. I'm not aware of that. Is this the first time that that's been done, or are you modelling it off somewhere else?
We've actually got international benchmarks on that.
Okay.
So about 6 different universities in the United States, 1 in the United Kingdom. But what we're talking about is not initial teacher education. So a master.
Oh no, yes. Of course.
Master of Teaching is an accreditation degree for postgrads. What we're talking about is probably the equivalent would be an MEd lead. But the problem is that there is no unified approach to training school principals in this country, or to training heads of department, or to training deputies. There's no pathway. And so what we're designing is a 3-step pathway for heads of department, then for divisional leaders or deputies, and then for heads, but then culminating in an EdD, an Ed doctorate for the ones who are really going to become executive principals. Yeah. Principals in this country arrive in the job, average of 25 years after commencing teaching. And they arrive in the job, a great deal of them, as brilliant educators, but more or less subnumerate. not able to run budgets, not knowing anything about capital works, HR, law. They're good leaders of learning. And my wife is one of them. And you arrive in the job and it's like sink or swim. You know, they're not trained to do it. You should train them early on how to manage a budget, how to think about law, how to manage parents and all of those complex things. They're essentially CEOs of if you as an industry comparison, of a medium-sized business, incredibly complex, and they arrive in no training. So the MBA education is about technical skills, whereas a lot of MEd leads are more about soft skills, cultures and building groups and learning and all those sorts of things. That's what we're envisaging, and it's a 12-unit masters rather than there are some options around the place that do it in 8 units. Key to the operation of it is, I mean, if I can just reflect, the key metric in Australian teacher training, whether it's ITE or whether it's professional development, is between an individual student and a tertiary provider. We believe that metric is flawed. We actually think that the key metric should be between the tertiary provider and industry. So groups of schools say these are our training needs, and they say to tertiary, partner with us to develop a pathway that suits our context. Because if you're teaching at Sydney High, it's very different than teaching at Wilcannia Central. So there's a different set of needs. For 800 years, the reverse has been the opposite, that industry has to go to tertiary and tertiary tells them what to do. At Alpha Crucis University College, our signature is to partner with industry, whether it's in allied health or education or with churches or with social service organisations. And we sit down and co-design. We've walked down the spiral staircase of the ivory tower and you flip the academic capital into local communities. The MBA education is currently being designed with the Teaching School Alliance Sydney and the St Philip's Hub in the Hunter. And basically, we're sitting in a room and co-designing it with them and asking them what is it that they need, what are the common elements. And so we're planning on launching it in a pilot phase in first semester next year, and then launching it fully with half-sponsored candidates in 2024.
Wow, that's really interesting.
All delivered on site in the schools.
Yeah, wow. Okay. I'm really interested in, I mean, the teacher shortages is something I'm from regional New South Wales originally, and it's something that we've seen right across, we used to see right across those remote, rural and regional parts of the state, but now it's really coming into metropolitan Sydney. But I'm interested in your programs that are based in those really rural and remote areas, because some of those teacher shortages are I can't think of it as strong enough word. Yes, catastrophic. Thank you very much. But you are really, your program is actually counteracting that. Can you just explain a little bit more about that and where they're located?
Yeah, so the key to fixing this is social capital. And what I mean, another word for that is the locals are all committed. Yeah. If you want people to work in the bush, you've got to train them from the bush, for the bush. Or training on country, for country is our little signature phrase. And you train people out there who are committed to the spirit of place. They have to stay, they want to stay. So you train the policeman's husband, or you train the grazier's wife, who's been helping out at the local school and now it's time to train up. They're committed to the area. Or you find that volunteerist class of young people who just love the place and they don't want to leave. Now, it doesn't describe everyone, and it's not the only way to train teachers. But the whole idea of a FIFO model, where you incentivise people from Sydney to go out to Whoop Whoop, it hasn't worked. It won't work. Doesn't matter how much money you throw into that, because they might go out for two years, get their money, and then they're going to be headhunted by, a high-end private school in Sydney because they've got lots of initiative. You need to actually train from the bush, for the bush, in the bush. And you need to have a model that means that people don't need to leave to train. Yeah, exactly. And that's why we run at this model of minimum viable numbers per year in a cluster. You don't work with an individual school because you cannot, the business model doesn't work. You can't staff that. But if you're running with a group of 10 every year, then that's a minimum viable numbers where a tertiary provider, we can break even in terms of the staffing, and we can also appoint a local regional director who is in the region and can do the wraparound care of the candidates as they go through. I think that's essentially it. FIFO might work occasionally, particularly if they, for some reason, get attached to the town. But the statistics are terrible around the FIFO model, particularly in the remote and Indigenous schools, where the average tenure is like 2 years, 1 year, people come and go. And there's no wonder that there's a low school participation, because those communities say, well, the teachers don't really care about it, so why would we care?
Yeah, and it's much harder to establish that connection with the community when you are flying in. And you're right, there are some individuals who it will work for, but largely, especially now when you're looking at dual income families, the idea of an entire family relocating on a teacher's wage to a remote part of the state it's just really not realistic anymore. So I really like your idea about training people who are there, the policeman's wife or whatever it might be. I think that's a really interesting idea. Your submission says that teachers trained in schools are more likely to become teachers than those trained in universities. Obviously, that's your experience, but do you have data that then backs that up?
Yeah, our data for that is drawn from UK models, but also the University of Melbourne. So the University of Melbourne was really the trailblazer here in their Graduate School of Education, just their MTeach, and their retention rates are a lot higher. Now, obviously, it's an elite university, and it's a campus-based model with 2 days in school, 2 days at the campus. So you have to live near the campus. You need to commute. Their retention rates are great. And in fact, we've modelled a lot of our clinical teaching. We prefer the term clinical teachers rather than apprentices, because we don't see teaching as a trade. It's a profession. It's an intellectual profession. It does have certain trade elements, like being able to deal with
Apprenticeships are
6-year-olds.
very popular out there in public opinion land. That's,
Yes.
I think, and it's an easy to understand model.
Yeah.
I think that's why it's a useful term.
Yeah,
Just a bit of PR advice there.
Yeah, we prefer the idea of a clinical intern in medical training, and that's what the University of Melbourne uses. But yeah, the statistics are pretty strong coming out of the school-based or school-centred initial teacher training, or SCIT as they call it, in the UK. The ones that work are the ones that do walk alongside with tertiary. There are a couple of models in the UK which are sort of ideologically driven that cut tertiary out altogether, because they're all a bit left-wing, according to the Cameron government, and those models have struggled. But certainly this strong partnership between tertiary and school clusters, it really works.
I've just got one final question, just about the mentoring that you provide, or do you provide additional mentoring once the teachers have, or once the students have completed their training? So that's something that we've heard from a lot of schools, is that they, I don't know what we would call it, but a lot of what we would regard, I think this committee would regard as being successful schools.
Best practice.
Best practice. Thank you very much, Chair. They often run like a 1-year training program for teachers once they've finished university, with that kind of understanding that, yes, you've got your theory, but we need to train you up in what a classroom actually looks like. I understand that you're kind of reversing some of that onus, but do you then provide that support to your teachers once they have completed their studies, or is it really over to the schools then?
Well, the schools are in this partnership of mentoring from the first day of training. So these students are put under mentors who are trained mentors. They're not randomly selected. We've got training packs, a mentor training program, and in a lot of ways, they don't need to be mentored in the first year, because they arrive ready.
Yeah, I understand.
It's been this really odd metric that tertiary's used in the last 15 years, that you're meant to have competent beginners.
Yeah.
You graduate as a competent beginner.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm in a hospital and I've got a first-year out teacher stitching me up, I don't want a competent beginner. I want a proficient, right? So we actually have aimed to lift the level of the graduate to proficient. Yeah. You can put them in the classroom and they're ready to go. Yeah. Not only that, they're known, because they don't get trained in the teaching school hubs and then go somewhere else. The idea is they get trained in the teaching school hubs and stay in those hubs as a part of the strategic HR design of those hubs, so that they can plan rather than just react. I mean, certainly this end-on training where students go in with the metric of student tertiary, do something inside the universities, get popped out the other side, and it's kind of a bit of a lucky dip, where you hope that they're going to be okay, and then after 2 years you discover they're not okay, and you wonder how on earth they ever got through training, and then you've got staff churn issues. that's all ameliorated by this model.
Sorry, I said it was my last question, but of course I've got one more. So it's really interesting, like the whole testing of students before they enter the classroom at an academic level in terms of their math skills or their English skills or the like is really designed to make sure that the theory has been applied. But we don't have a similar kind of test for the teaching part of it, which is the nuts and bolts of how you interact with the kids in the class. Would you
Indeed,
agree?
yeah.
That's,
Well, I mean, we do.
sorry, I should say other universities, but not yourself.
Yeah, we have the most terrifying screening process in teacher education anywhere in the world. We have a short list of candidates for 10 spots. Maybe you might have 16 candidates. Wow. We put them all in front of a Year 5 class. We say, come in with a lesson. You've got 10 minutes. Teach the Year 5 class. Then we give them feedback.
Wow.
And then we put it in front of a different Year 5 class and see how they go. The Year 5s love it, obviously. They have a ball. And then you can watch these students and see how they respond to feedback, how they interact with kids. And in fact, we've often had people in the interview and we think, oh, they're not so good. And then we see them in the classroom and say, these people are brilliant. Yeah. And the reverse, you know, they get in the classroom and say, actually, you know what, I haven't even applied for teaching, but this is not for me. There are other equivalents that are occurring in some universities through the Avatar program. So I know the University of Newcastle, Professor Sue Ledger actually brought it over from Edith Cowan, where they have a computerised program where there's an actor and there's 5 gormless students sitting in a classroom on the screen, and the teacher has to interact with them in a digital format, and that's one way to do it.
My brother actually does that at the moment.
Oh, does he really?
Yeah, he's an actor, and he had to pretend to be 5 Year 8 girls at once, I think.
Yeah. It's lots of fun to watch, but obviously our model is based very much on that close partnership. If you asked universities to do it at scale, it would be really expensive. If they were running their current retail structure. But we do that in all of our teaching school hubs. And it's a brilliant way to screen people right at the get-go. Because, you know, a subject specialist is a subject specialist, right? They can do maths, they can do literacy, but can they control a group of Year 8s?
Absolutely.
Will they ever be able to control a group of Year 8s? You can tell that in the first, 15 minutes through this process.
Scott Filer?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for being here today and for your submission as well. Associate Professor Hastie, I guess when we're looking at this problem, we're looking at about 3 different elements. 1, how do you attract teachers into the profession? 2, how do you keep them there in the first few years? And 3, how do you keep them there at the end of the career? I take it when you look at your program, it's very much, and what you've outlined is very much for those first few years of somebody entering the profession. 95% was it your attrition rate in terms
success
of being able to, success rate, and so a 5% attrition rate and being able to keep people in the profession. What about at the other 2 ends? How does your model work in terms of attracting people, and also, and it might seem like it doesn't in a sense, but also keeping people at the other end as well? Is there an impact on that too?
Well, in terms of attracting, it's very much word of mouth. We've found you advertise in the first year of a particular hub, you get 16 applications. Second year, 30. Third year, 70. Currently, there's well over 100 applications for 10 spots in the Hunter, because everyone discovers the quality of the program, the word of mouth gets out. It's very local. And so that's where we've seen the aggregated rise of the ATAR, which is now the average is over 80 of the students going into this. In the Teaching School Alliance Sydney, which is not part of the Next Step funding, it's approaching 90, but they run mostly the M-Teach. In terms of the other end of the career, obviously this is a new program, so we haven't been able to track it for 30 years. But what this provides is a concurrent career trajectory that currently doesn't exist, and that is in the mentor program. So somebody who's a 4th year out teacher, who's going to be a really good mentor, they're not going to be a head of department for another 3 years or 4 years, but you can put them as a mentor, and they start to really refine their professional skills. And one of our arguments also is through the learning ecology idea is that people who might not be going into a deputy's position would actually go into a thought leadership position. So they would go into a high degree research and become a part of the research culture and the data culture of that particular teaching school, and be a part of the academic staff that teaches back into the initial teacher education program. Now, we are actually seeing that happen. We've got numerous staff in the Hunter and a couple of other hubs who are now teaching the initial teacher education students as they come through, appropriately qualified according to Texas standards. So in a lot of ways, I would speculate that that's what would retain them at the other end. But we still need to see.
And in terms of the model in place, and I think that's a very good way to put it in terms of, from country for country and the like, how are you actually recruiting those people? How are you finding the police officer's partner to come into that program? What's your model for being able to do that in those communities?
Well, and it doesn't sound very attractive, but it's really tapping on the shoulder is the thing that works. So a principal's there and he's got 3 unqualified paraprofessionals or teaching assistants or an Aboriginal liaison officer. And basically the principal goes up and says, tap on the shoulder, do you want to become a teacher? We think you should become a teacher. And I say, no, I can't become a teacher. We think you can become a teacher. And so you've got that existing school workers. Then you've got the immediate graduates coming through. This is one of the wonderful things about being a dual sector provider as well. We are a vet provider as well as a higher education provider. And part of the funding that came through this committee was to actually pay for 10 vet certificates in teaching support. And so we have students at school who are training to be teachers' aides, coming out with a Cert 3 or Cert 4 in TA. And so when they go into the program, they're extremely useful and they're legally able to be used as TAs. Rather than just as unskilled TAs. And so you've got the recruitment directly from school, where you're actually identifying Year 10 students, Year 11 students, and you say, you're a natural born leader of children. They might be running sports clubs or youth groups, Sunday schools, they might be working in after-school care already as a part-time job. And so the locals are identifying them, they're coming vouched for, because they're kind of known, or somebody knows the cousin of the auntie of the someone who can say this person's all right, you should check them out. They're not a cold call. And then you've got just broader word of mouth. One of the things we found interesting in the Catholic School Hub is the connection through parish. So there's people involved in parishes out there, and the word goes through the parish. Are you interested in this? We found that also in the Hunter, because it's a faith-based affiliated school, that in fact a number of the local churches were tapping people on the shoulder who had nothing to do with St Philip's, kids who were going to state schools or whatever, and they got involved through that network. It's all about social capital. We believe very much that local agency is what works, and devolving the money and the power down to the localities, giving principals real power, real money to make decisions about who works in their schools and how they're trained, and having all of those wonderful bonding and bridging capital links. Because you know what? Trust is the thing that makes this work. Trust is what makes things efficient and powerful. And when you've got a local thing, trust is activated. When you have a centralised bureaucracy, there is no trust whatsoever between the centre and the periphery. So what you have to do is you have to build in all of these elements that sustain quality, which increases transaction costs. And that's why it's incredibly expensive to run the New South Wales Department of Education. Right? I'm not dissing them at all. Wonderful people doing a great job. But the centre has all of these pipes out to the periphery and all these leaks along the way. And so you need all these transaction costs, all these extra bureaucrats to run all the bits in between the centre and the periphery. If you can actually devolve the power down to the local community and get them to do it in a way where they can all trust each other, the transaction costs come down. Our model's a lot cheaper to run than a centralised model, even though it's, on face value, it has some additional costs.
Could I add something into that, Mr. Parlow, as well? Just one of the points that the Professor Hastie raised was around the vet aspect, and drawing the committee's attention to the In the Same Sentence report by Gonski and Shergold released, where they identified one of the major problems is this gap between higher education and vet, and that there were no universities in New South Wales that were dual sector. Now, we think that's actually a fundamental aspect. If you're creating a learning ecology, you're not just doing teacher training on site and the postgraduate that we talked about earlier on site, but also the vet pathways, which are all linked in from certificate 2 all the way up to PhD. If you can create that local university presence on the ground using VET as a key part of that, I think that is what makes the model so powerful as it gets running and expands in the community.
And the VET component, actually, if you think about lower literacy levels of certain members of our communities in remote areas, through no fault of their own, going to be brilliant teachers, but you get them to write an essay, they're going to freak out. If you put them through a Cert 3 or Cert 4, they start to get used to academic practice. And so the VET component becomes a bridge between no skill and degree. And in fact, in Wilcannia Forbes, that's really what they're looking at, particularly amongst Indigenous candidates. They're looking at saying, how do we upskill these wonderful people who are in our communities who can't write an essay? How do we bridge the link? And so the VET component, we think, is well, it's very original. No one else is doing it, and it really works.
I'm just interested as well, in terms of your model and your partnering with schools, I imagine they're giving you some sort of insight into what their needs are as well on the horizon. Are you seeing an increasing need in terms of vacancies and the like from those school partners?
Oh, the vacancies in our school partners are the same as in all of the other schools. Sciences, maths, design and technology, and languages. I mean, languages has always been hard to staff, but the vacancies are the same. What this does is it enables a strategic HR on the local level. So you can say, well, we've got a science teacher who's approaching retirement, our head of science. So we're going to bump Bob up into the role of head of faculty, and we're going to need another couple of teachers. And so you start to map that out a couple of years in advance, and you say, in this particular entry, we need science candidates. And so you start to pick out the science and the maths candidates coming through. And that's what we call strategic HR. If you think of a big accounting firm or a big engineering firm, none of them put out a job for a rookie. They've trained them. They've got a strategic HR. In Australian education, the whole notion of strategic HR is just, nobody understands it, no one does it. It's just reactive HR. And here we are. We've been doing reactive HR for 15, 20 years, and we don't have enough staff.
And in terms of your model as well, having people on site, I imagine when there are those sort of short-term vacancies, and we've discussed earlier in this inquiry about the increasing number of hours that people are taking off because of illness and misadventure at the moment as well, I imagine there is some ability for teachers who are in training to be able to step into some roles in some capacity. Does that occur or not really?
No, I mean, legally they aren't allowed to be in a supervisory role, and they're not allowed to be teaching. But what they do provide is an extra set of hands in the classroom. So if you imagine one of the big pressures in the last 15 years in the teaching profession is that it's no longer teacher-centred, it's student-centred. And that usually means what we call differentiation in the classroom. So you don't just teach to the centre. You actually have to teach to all of the different layers of learning. And that means that if there's someone over here who's flying ahead and getting bored, and there's someone over here who's way behind and getting frustrated, the teacher needs to be able to address all of that. If you've got an extra pair of hands in the classroom who can go over and help with the reading of this person who's struggling, then that frees up the teacher to do something else. So it doesn't, if a teacher's off sick, having an extra paraprofessional in the classroom doesn't alleviate that. But it might mean that the teacher doesn't go off sick in the first place because they're not so stressed out.
Anthony Diadam?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Look, I've got a couple of questions. I wanted to ask, in your submission, you make reference to the department's Grow Your Own initiative, which is including the teacher supply strategy. And I just wanted you to perhaps elaborate on how your program differs from what is contemplated with Grow Your Own. And as a sort of complement to that, I also note that the CUC submission also kind of touches on this idea of local place-based approach to initial teacher education. So perhaps if you could comment on those two elements.
Yeah, look, I'm a big fan of the minister's teacher supply strategy. You know, they're trying to do something. The Grow Your Own program is essentially where you identify an existing staff member, existing TA, and you seek to upskill them. So I've just described that, right? The difference with the Alpha Crucis University model and the Grow Your Own model is that one is individualistic, and one is collective. So ours is collective. So we seek to have a group of schools where students learn shoulder to shoulder as a cohort, and they become professional peers as they move into the teaching profession. The grow your own is, I suppose, for want of a better word, opportunistic, in that it's based on what opportunities are sitting there. So we've got a TA, let's grow them into a teacher. And I think it's great. The problem with that is isolation. So the risk of isolation, that the student is learning alone in some remote area, and particularly in the online context, the data indicates that online learning for regional students is a huge attrition rate because, you know, they don't have that wraparound care. What we provide in the model, and this is crucial actually, this is why the solution to this problem takes 1,000 conversations. There's no one size fits all. We appoint a regional director, and the school cluster appoints the teaching school director. So they're two professionals who work shoulder to shoulder to sort out every single problem for those students. So when a student in Hillston or something like that doesn't hand in an assignment, right, they find out about it a week after, these two directors. Whereas in standard tertiary, don't hand in an assignment, 2 months later they fail because they don't have the wraparound care. So I'm all for the grow your own. I wish it all the best. But I think it's not a large-scale plan. It's an opportunistic, it's a reaction to what's on the ground, whereas this is strategic HR, and it's about, and it has that component of collectiveness. We really believe in the collective model for, and the efficacy of a collective model, and it has that extra wraparound care to make sure that students don't fall over.
I wanted to raise three concerns that I have in terms of, I mean, I'm looking at this from a perspective of its applicability to New South Wales public education system, which is a mass system, you know, 2,200 schools. Your college, as I understand it, has grown out of the training needs of the Christian school, I think originally, or perhaps correct me if I'm wrong. So I wanted to ask about, first of all, how we could apply your model to on a mass scale, given the sort of size of the public school system. I wanted to also address the question around if Alpha Crucis College was in the driver's seat, how we would navigate the secular question, because there's clearly a Christian kind of dimension to your organisation. And the third reservation I wanted to ask you to address is the risk of nepotistic arrangements emerging in the sort of the hub. If this is a long-term project in a particular area, you can see that there's a high degree of susceptibility to kind of nepotistic arrangements emerging in terms of the staffing, which, you know, perhaps is not so much of an issue in an independent schooling context, but in terms of a public educational context where, you know, we've got a long established principle around merit selection and trying to have open selection processes, that may be seen as a stumbling block for the rollout of this project, this approach on a mass scale in the public sector.
Yeah, they're excellent questions. I might answer the second one first because I think it feeds into the first one. I am a strong believer in a free, compulsory and secular state education system. We absolutely need it. I'm a product of it, actually. The design of the Next Step program, or pilot, recognised the fact that we were a faith-oriented institution that would be inappropriate for us to be the tertiary provider for the state school sector. We totally recognise that. So we've gone into a partnership with the University of New South Wales, who have agreed to be the provider for the state school hub. Now, in terms of Alpha Crucis being in the driver's seat, what we envisage is a Next Step office where we direct the theory, the training. We are the provider for the independent and Catholic school hubs, which now are at a huge size in this country, and we broker the relationship and the resources between the University of New South Wales and the state schools. We're meeting weekly with the department, have been for 3 months. to flesh out what it actually looks like. And the pilot for the state schools is slated to run in the Riverina, a group of about 10 schools in the Riverina, stretching from Albury right through down the Murray, starting next year. And so we've built into the design the element of secular delivery. Having a GO5 university like University of New South Wales being able to flip its campus into the regions actually makes it a very attractive prospect, not just for students but also for parents. Parents have a decision-making in terms of where their students are going to go, where their children are going to go. So it actually is a huge value proposition that will leverage this program if UNSW is the provider. And so that then leads to the question of scalability. And I think probably the best way to envisage this in the state school context is that the state school already has regional areas. So they already have regional domains. They have particular coordinators and managers. And what I would see is each of those regional areas should establish a teaching school. And so a cluster of 10 or so schools become a teaching school, and the tertiary provider flips its campus onto those sites, and that way you could actually scale it up right around the state. The third question, and we are actively pursuing those options with the department now, and I've got to say they're working really well with us. So they've put 3 senior managers on the working group, which is unprecedented. They're taking it very seriously. The question of nepotism is a good one, and it actually goes probably to a more fundamental question of diversity. So if you're training people in a group in a region, how can we be sure that they're not in some sort of little hothouse and they just don't know what's going on outside of their sphere? That's why this needs to operate at scale. You need to have at least a cluster of schools that has a combined enrolment of about 3,000 to 10,000 students. Any less than 3,000, it gets too expensive and the diversity is too limited. So in the training model, the students actually move around from school to school in the cluster, and they have different training experiences in the different schools. In the three formal pracs in the Bachelor of Education and the 2 formal pracs in the MTeach, we require the students to go to do those formal pracs in school sectors totally different to their own. And so they get that exposure to other ways of thinking, other demographics and all the rest. Nepotism, probably it's a risk everywhere. The way that you manage that is that you have a clear dividing line between tertiary and school. And so they have to go through a double screening process. They have to go through the school screening process, but they also have to be accepted into the tertiary provider. And if that student isn't up to scratch in the tertiary sphere, they fail. There's no leaning on us to make them pass. And that's why the 2 directors, the regional director for the tertiary represents the interests of the tertiary and the compliance layers, and the teaching school director represents the interests of the schools. Between those 2, there's often quite a bit of tension. Over the years, we found we really want this person to go and do this prac in this school. No, you can't because that's inappropriate because they've got a relative at the school. Or we really think this person should, get extra consideration for an extension for this assignment. Well, we've given them an extension already, and they're failing. And so we have built some checks and balances into it. But it's a good question, and I think as the program develops, we'd want to make sure that that kind of thing didn't happen.
If it applied on a mass basis, then obviously it would transform the way we recruited teachers across the sector. So I think there's, that's a really critical issue that needs to be considered.
Could I add one element into the scalability is that we've had our economists have a look at this, and we think that probably up to maybe 33% nationwide of teachers could be trained this way. That would be about 80 hubs around the nation. And the numbers are fantastic on that because I think about $1.2 billion in offsets that you could have by avoiding the wasted CSPs, the staff churn, all these things. So really optimistic offsets as part of that if but scalability wouldn't be a simple thing. As David said, each school and each hub would have their own issues. As long as that's done well and with trust, then you could ramp it out more widely.
Okay. Thanks very much for a fascinating session, and thanks for all the work you do. As I mentioned at my own visit to your presentation at St Philip's was invaluable, and I hope you do that again for other MPs to learn in detail what you're doing, because to see the classroom practice is to be inspired by it and know that Alpha Crucis is really doing a good work, and I'm very glad that this committee's advocacy has been helpful to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks for having us. And anyone is welcome to come up and visit any of our teaching school hubs at any time.
Highly recommended. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we break for 15 minutes of morning tea. and thank the team from Teachers Work in Schools Research for being here today. Dr. Susan McGrath-Champ is with us on WebEx. Dr. Rachel Wilson and Dr. Mahalia Gavin are with us here in the Macquarie room. So if each of you could please swear yourself in by stating your name, position and taking either the oath or affirmation. We could start with Mahalia and work our way around.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So my name is Dr. Mahala Gavin. I'm a senior lecturer at UTS Business School in the Management Department, and I swear by the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Good morning. I'm Rachel Wilson. I'm an Associate Professor in Education at the University of Sydney, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And Susan?
I'm Dr. Susan McGrath-Champ, Professor in an honorary role as an adjunct at the University of Sydney Business School. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. It's available to your team to make a short statement at the beginning of your evidence, after which we do questions. So it looks like Dr. Wilson
Yes, thank
hands
you.
up for the statement. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for the opportunity to make this brief presentation. Look, no doubt you've heard quite a lot already within the inquiry about teachers' work and how that's related to the teacher shortage. I just wanted to outline what contribution in specifics that our group can add to that. We are interdisciplinary in nature, I think, and we focus on large-scale data. And in fact, we are going to focus on two large studies of New South Wales teachers. And I think I'd like to table this report here. I have copies prepared. In 2018, before COVID, we ran a large-scale study of 18,000 teachers. This was followed up with a smaller questionnaire in 2020 in the first COVID lockdown. We got 14,000 responding there. So we're talking about very large numbers of New South Wales teachers, and we gathered an immense amount of detail on what teachers do, how much work they are doing, and how their work has changed. And I think you've heard this before, they do an enormous array of activities and they're often competing activities. They were working, according to our data, 55 hours per week on average, and the workload has increased dramatically since 2013. More significantly, our group asked teachers how they felt about their work. So we did an evaluation of all the activities that they do to work out what they felt was most important and of greatest necessity, whether things needed more time and resources or were time-consuming, cumbersome, and whether the work focused on teaching and learning or on compliance. And we can expand on that today. The final section of our questionnaire focused on strategies that teachers recommended and ranked in relation to addressing their high workload. And what we found was that teachers want most to preserve their professional integrity by retaining the focus they have on their core work. So that's working directly with students in classrooms. They told us that to do this best, they would have reduced face-to-face teaching time. Teachers in New South Wales and Australia have very high teaching hours, and reduction in that would provide more time for collaboration. They also wanted essentially an acknowledgement of their professional judgment, which would enable the elimination of small processes which are essentially unnecessary, cumbersome and time-consuming. The other strategies they recommend are available within the report. Other key findings from our group more broadly relate to how there is increasing precarity or insecurity amongst teachers. 3 in 10 teachers are either casual teachers or on temporary contracts. we found a tsunami of paperwork, admin and data requirements that now require teachers to sort of triage or prioritise their work. And we also, looking over policy frameworks, found a rather problematic policy environment with policy layering, short time frames and strategies which were contrary to research evidence. Further to this, and within our submission, is some data showing that most teachers do not feel highly valued by the New South Wales Department of Education. They feel less valued by the Department of Education than the broader community. Our group has also done research on intake into initial teacher education and broader structural problems, and I can table a report on data relating to initial teacher education here. And this one, which is on temporary teachers. We made a lot of recommendations in the submission, but the two most important are these. In the short term, of course, there's a dire need for a national teacher workforce strategy for better management, not only of recruitment, but placement of teachers. So distribution's important, and retention, of course. Now, our feeling is that this must be built around points of principle. So the strategy needs to state a commitment to teachers with some core values as to what that would look like that are in line with research evidence and international best practice. We can expand on that if you're interested. In the longer term, there is a bigger challenge in terms of addressing the teacher shortage, because we must acknowledge that workforce strategy alone will not fix this. Teachers' work conditions are shaped by the broader education structures, and there are many of these clearly identified as highly problematic at the moment. So rising educational inequity, segregation between schools, and difficulties in supporting schools according to their needs are all very influential in terms of how teachers are attracted to the profession and work within the profession. We need to extend and improve data collection on this and on teachers and on education more broadly. But most importantly, we need to value teachers' judgment. So our study showed that there was a mismatch between what teachers value in their work and are most committed to doing and the data and accountability frameworks that they're subject to. So that creates an uncomfortableness in schools, which is at the core of the problems of workload and attraction to the profession. We need to align systems with teacher professional values, and we look forward to any of your questions.
Starting with Ms Abigail Boyd, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much for your comprehensive submission and for coming along today and giving evidence. We've heard quite a lot in this inquiry so far about the impact of a lack of, not just a lack of standing or respect for teachers, but also a loss of autonomy. And so I think those things go sort of hand in hand. That's been refuted by some of the submissions. I'd be interested in understanding more about how we measure whether that sort of feeling of not being valued in the community is actually contributing to people leaving the profession or not wanting to start in the profession to begin with. Do you have any data that I guess backs that up?
Well, we do. I'll answer first. As I mentioned, our data on what teachers do showed very clearly that they are oriented to particular educational goals. They are primarily oriented to working with students towards equity. And this is reflected in the fact that they focus mostly on lesson planning and differentiation, providing additional supports, getting to know students on a personal basis. So those are the sorts of activities that promote equity. However, the teachers pointed out to us that that these activities, which they value the most, are not built within the data and accountability system. So a lot of the framework for measurement in Australian schools is oriented to literacy and numeracy data, etc., etc. And in fact, if you go to look at how that is monitored and reported at a national and New South Wales state level, you'll see that there's actually relatively little attention to equity, even though that's the number one teacher goal and it's our number one national goal. Now, this disconnect and misalignment in the system, I feel, is at the heart of the uncomfortableness that teachers feel in their current work. And it may also be at the heart of, the difficulty in gaining respect within the community and attracting teachers to the profession. The profession is clear on what it pursues, but the system does not seem to be pursuing the same things. And despite the fact we have these national goals, the pathway statement, which all ministers have signed on to, there's very little within the system architecture that actually pursues those goals. And I've found gaping holes in how policies align.
So just teasing that out then a little bit. So in terms of not feeling valued, are you saying then that, if a teacher is valuing their own performance against measures of improving equity, but they are then getting measured from a sort of official performance kind of appraisal perspective on things like literacy and maths, that feeling is, that's where that feeling of not being valued comes from?
Yeah, I think they're working very hard, but on things that they actually don't get recognition for. And I think the broader community of parents and carers are given mixed messages on what Australian education is moving towards and aiming for. And that creates problems with esteem for the profession. As I've said, I think within the profession they're quite clear on their goals and motivations, but the question is whether we're supporting them in pursuing those through policy frameworks, and in particular the data framework, the National Data Framework, and state initiatives with data.
So when we talk about levels of burnout and stress in the profession, can you give the committee any insight on, I guess, what the major, obviously, the sort of state of someone's mental health is complex and is going to be impacted by a number of things. But what is it primarily in terms of, is it low pay? Is it too much, not just too much workload, but too much administrative workload? Is it a feeling of not being respected? What are the main components, do you think, that are coming into that sort of burnout?
Well, I think Susan Mahalia can add to it, but it's clear to me that there is research evidence supporting increased pay for teachers. That is an issue, particularly in relation to cost of living in recent times in Australia. I think there are broader issues in relation to pursuing work which is not recognised, and there's a whole raft of work conditions which are elaborated on in our report, which don't provide support. And indeed, there's been removal of a lot of educational supports for schools over the last 2 decades.
Just to add to what Rachel has said also is, I think in addition to the complex variation of factors which come into these issues of stress and burnout for teachers, I think at the heart of it as well is teachers not valuing what they consider to be low-value administrative tasks, and teachers wanting to retain that core focus on teaching and learning at the end of the day of being an educator, compared to administration, documentation, compliance, reporting, and teachers are saying, what's the purpose of this? This is crowding out our core work of being a teacher. And there's very strong evidence of that in the report that we've tabled, the 2018 study of over 18,000 teachers saying that what we consider to be administration that is not helping the system, it's not helping us as teachers, is crowding out our core work of being an educator at the end of the day. It's something that is taking up far too much of our work, but is something that we do not value at all. And
So it's busy work, it's pointless work.
essentially. Yeah.
And they
And
get the
if I
job
could-
satisfaction from working directly with students. So when they're pulled away from that, that reduces the satisfaction, which will offset any stresses.
One last question before I hand it. Oh, sorry.
May I just also make a comment there? And that is that alongside or as part of the points that Rachel and Mihaela have made is the sheer quantum of hours. A classroom teacher is completing more than 55 hours. I mean, it was 55 at the time, reported at the time when we did the survey in 2018. And the observation generally is increased since then, and particularly during the COVID period. These are very big hours. If we're looking at what contributes to burnout, just simply the sheer investment of time, not just days, of course, nights, weekends, there's no let up. And the notion, of course, that, there's a term break. But the completion of work continues during that time. Commonly, a bit of time to just recover, literally, physically, emotionally recover, and then into preparation for the next period or working on things that need to be followed up from the previous term. The term has just ended. So our study and our report provides great detail on hours worked across different categories of teacher and school teaching staff actually in the school hours and at home hours, so 44 hours per week in school, 11 hours per week at home, and then similar and about 10 hours plus per week or more during, I will call them term breaks. They're not holidays for teachers.
Thank you. One final question before I hand back to my colleagues. We've heard a lot about the idea of a lack of career progression is what is stopping teachers from staying in the profession or joining the profession. Particularly this highly accomplished lead teacher program. The idea that you get paid more once you've got to a certain stage. What's your sort of opinion on that based on your research?
Well, it's very clear within the research, Evans, actually the pay gradient is a stronger factor for teacher productivity and attraction to the profession. Australia it's been noted, Australia sits relatively comfortably in terms of graduate teacher salaries, although that data is a little bit old, and I think the cost of living changes in recent years, particularly in relation to metropolitan centres, mean that still remains an issue. But the gradient is stronger, and there's an international report by Akiba, which I could pass on, which makes that very, very clear. I think, Maha, you might want to comment on early career teachers and what we found there in relation to not pay, but the insecurity in their initial employment, which is a very significant factor.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm very happy to, if you'd like to hear that at the moment. I'm happy to talk about some salaries as well in a bit more detail if that's helpful to the committee. But particularly with respect to temporary teachers, so there's two particular papers that we have published, and those are available in the submission. I think we've tabled one of them, but we can provide a copy of the other as well. The experience of temporary teachers in the profession, you would sort of assume temporary casual it's the same sort of thing. It's actually not. So what we have actually found in the data is that if you're we have a lot of young teachers working in a very precarious temporary fixed term contract. There is also a gendered dimension to that as well. So we have more female teachers than male teachers who are temporary teachers. We have more female than male temporary teachers who are in that position for a longer period of time, and it's more challenging for them to move into secure, permanent, ongoing positions within the education system. So it actually takes longer for them to gain that permanent status within the education system.
And just to clarify, when you say more, you mean more as a percentage?
As a percentage,
Yeah.
as a percentage, that's right. So we've actually seen over the last 20 years the number as a proportion compared to temporary versus permanent, the number of or percentage of temporary positions has increased within the system. So it's the figures are there needs to be a bit more clarification around the figures, but there's around about 20 to 30% temporary teachers within the system. So the temporary category is a fairly new category in the sense that it came about in 2001. So it's only been around for about 20 years within the New South Wales education system. But there has been that increase in temporary appointments within that system over that time, and particularly since 2010. That's a key point in time where two key things happened at that time. We saw the introduction of the local schools, local decisions policy within New South Wales, which provided more flexibility, particularly around staffing as well as budgeting. Plus, we also saw changes to the staffing agreement, which determines the allocation of teachers within the education system. So basically what that meant was prior to that, we had a very centralised system in terms of appointing teachers to different parts of the state. That was decentralised to an extent, such that school principals now effectively had greater local choice. So they could now choose every second appointment coming into their schools. I was also just going to make a point with respect to salaries in particular. Something that I think also feeds into that conversation around progression, as Rachel has said, the salaries for teachers, we've had the salaries cap on teachers' wages on public sector workers in New South Wales for about the last 10 years or so. If teachers want to be getting a higher rate above the 2.5%, need to be starting to trade off working conditions. The capacity to argue work value cases before the Industrial Relations Commission doesn't necessarily exist for teachers anymore. So it's, once upon a time, teachers could actually get up and say, this is the quantum of our work, this is the complexity of our work, this is how our work has changed and expanded. There's not that capacity to do so. So the capacity to actually seek that higher rate of pay also feeds into that conversation around career progression as well.
Courtney Houssos?
Thanks very much. Well, that was a
Could I add just one or two comments in regard to the temporary part?
Please.
Yes. I just wanted to add to what Mihaela has said by commenting that when the temporary category of employment was introduced, and it's a label given to fixed term, so it was introduced indeed to deal with an explosion, a growing problem among casual work. And so casual is very, very, very precarious, and temporary was introduced, intended at the time, 20 years ago, to give teachers greater security, if only limited. So fixed term contract, say for a term, or say for 2 days over a whole year, a bit better than casual. What it has evolved into, though, is another form, an additional form of work that is insecure, precarious, and which is being deployed, it appears, from what our analysis and observations of the system are, as a conduit for flexibility. So a principal may wish to may have a situation where they can hire another staff member, put them on permanent, if it's, local choice arrangement, or temporary. Next year, I might not have the same enrolments. The enrolments might go down. If I put them on permanent, I'm stuck. So they go on fixed term. And also programs of funding that are of limited finite lives. So some forms of equity funding are a year, 2 years. So the people are appointed, teachers are appointed on a fixed term. This rests unduly heavily on the early career teachers. Enormous proportions of them are on these precarious employment arrangements at specifically a point in their lives, their life cycle, where they need to be able to get a bank loan, pay a mortgage, establish themselves in life and in family. And an ongoing series of contracts, never knowing what's coming next. And teachers have reported very clearly in the qualitative comments, some of which is in the submission and the report, that the fixed term temporary people, teachers, often work as hard or harder than permanent teachers. And permanent teachers have said that too. And that they're actually exploited, I'll use that word quite bluntly, exploited, deliberately or otherwise, by, well, you know, I have to work harder to ensure that I hope that I can get a renewal of contract or another contract next term or next year. And where tasks are actually shifted to temporary teachers because, you know, I'm a permanent teacher. This isn't a deliberate thing, but just the way in which, I don't believe it to be deliberate, but the way in which the dynamic can sometimes play out in this current fairly precarious employment world.
Thanks very much, Dr. McGrath-Champ. That was really helpful in terms of exactly where I wanted to ask my next questions, which is we've seen this sort of unique opportunity for additional education funding with what's colloquially known as the Gonski funding coming into schools. But at the same time, we've actually seen a huge explosion in the temporary employment in schools instead of that traditional view that we would have normally had. I mean, I think the traditional view is you start out as a teacher, you might do a bit of casual work until you manage to find yourself a permanent role, and that's okay because it won't be for too long. But what we've actually seen now with all of this funding coming into schools and the lack of certainty around it is this explosion of temporary employment. Would you agree with that analysis?
Well, I think
yes. Go ahead, Rachel.
I think it definitely has played into it. Unfortunately, it's played into it with the new career teachers. And that's where, you know, despite a relatively reasonable starting salary, having precarious employment at the beginning of a career profession has caused a problem in perhaps retaining early career teachers and indeed attracting others into training. But what we know about the Gonski funding is that it really hasn't been exercised as it was intended and planned. We know that there remains inequitous funding across schools in New South Wales and Australia more broadly. We also know that staffing allocations and indeed student-to-teacher ratios are enormously varied across sectors and schools. And so my thought here is that, you know, this is a broad management problem for the education system, and it harks centrally from the fact that we do not have adequate data on our teacher workforce. We do not have adequate data even in the Australian teacher workforce data set. So we're basically operating in the dark in terms of what specialisms teachers have and where they are and how they're allocated. Now, Gonski might have created a little bit of a free-for-all where, you know, some schools got lucky, got extra pots of money, hired extra teachers, but that may have actually just complicated and added to the problem of inequity across schools. And if we look at international research for best practice and effective teacher policies, and I'd refer you to the OECD report on effective teacher policies, it is very clear that Australia and perhaps New South Wales as a jurisdiction are the sore thumb internationally. So we send our brightest, most experienced teachers to our most advantaged schools. And that's completely contrary to international best practice. We are the only wealthy nation in the OECD report to do that consistently. We have more science teachers and mathematics teachers with specialist training in advantaged schools than disadvantaged schools. Also, uniquely an outlier internationally in that respect. And not only that, we have lower student-to-teacher ratios in the most advantaged schools. And this is, just so baffling that we have not pursued what's well-established education orthodoxy. You cannot have excellence without equity. And here we are with policies that are actually encouraging inequity. And we're not monitoring it adequately within the teacher workforce or elsewhere in education.
Yeah, that's really interesting, Dr. Wilson. I mean, in a package that was really designed to address inequity in the education system, we've essentially exacerbated the problems that our sector is facing. I think that's really, or that our schools are facing, I should say.
Yeah, so I said in the introduction, one of our key recommendations is, of course, that we need a national strategy. And I understand there's good efforts towards collaboration for that with all the states. But I think before we get to any strategy on how to recruit more teachers, what to do on the initial teacher education, et cetera, we need to be clear on what we want as a country. What are the points of principle in terms of how we value teachers and where we're going to place them? Are we really going to pursue equity there? There are some researchers and commentators who are explaining in this last week that in some ways we don't have a teacher shortage. We have a teacher allocation problem. So we've had growth in teacher numbers, and we've had reductions in student-to-teacher ratios in some types of schools. And they are typically more advantaged schools. How are we going to address that as an issue and work towards a more equitous allocation of teachers? So we need, before the recruitment strategy, we need to work out what exactly it is that we want. And I think there's plenty of international evidence to guide us in that process, but we need to make a clear statement on how we value teachers, how we want them allocated, and what sort of work conditions we're going to aim for.
No, that's really helpful. Thank you. I wanted to just go to another part of your submission where you talk about the fact that your research commenced before COVID, if we can remember a time. So to show that this is not something that's just happened because it's been a really difficult couple of years and, it's just been a real challenge, that actually this is a slow burning problem. I think Dr. Gavin talked about the introduction of local schools, local decisions in 2011 by the Liberal National Government, that was, again, a key contributor to this, cutting those key supports out from within the department and putting more pressure on individual teachers. I was interested to see that your figures show, the common misconception from a lot of parents is, you see the school hours, you think it's 9 till 3, but your research actually shows that they're working, I worked it out, the average teacher's working nearly 9 hours a day at school and then additional hours at home. And then that just seems to increase the further that you go up, whether you're an AT or a principal or a DP, or a principal. So how much of this do you think is related to workload? That was certainly something that came through really strongly in our survey that we did that we opened as part of our parliamentary inquiry.
Susan, would you like to?
Yes. The teachers, the 18,500 that responded to our 2018 survey, and again in the 14,000 in 2020, attributed the hours and workload. they are companions. They are dual components. The long hours they're working is because of the demands that are placed upon them towards their students and the substantive, most important work of teaching, of being there with the students and developing and expanding knowledge. But all of the humongous load that accompanies that of and particularly the compliance and administration components were what teachers most strongly pointed to as having, if I can use the phrase, caused an explosion of working hours and workload. So, and where the administrative and compliance demands actually are threatening, and we would go so far as to say probably no longer just threatening, but actually intruding significantly on their capacity to teach, to do the thing that teachers are most needed to do. There's also expansion, and with many societal issues, that's added to the work of teachers. So it's almost escalating and unbounded. It's many, many years since an earlier researcher, Professor Rowan Connell, started out trying to count what it is that a teacher does, and she got to over 70 activities, and was still counting and stopped because you just can't actually. And that was in the 1970s.
Anthony Diadam?
Sorry, can I just ask one final?
Yeah, one final.
Just one final question. So a lot of the issues that you've raised have been about the culture within schools and the need for, and even some of those sort of unnecessary administrative burdens. The previous witnesses actually raised the idea of an MBA specific in education, really designed at training our principals because they're playing such a crucial leadership role. Do you have, just briefly, any responses to that idea?
Yes. And look, in our earlier studies, and we did interviews with principals, followed up and analysed the questionnaire data for them, it was evident that many teachers felt they hadn't been adequately prepared for some of the roles that were foisted on them, particularly with the local schools, local decisions policy. But if we look across the strategies that teachers ranked in terms of addressing their workload, those sorts of paraprofessional, well, certainly professional learning for leaders didn't rank highly. There is, and I could direct you to the report conclusions. I seem to have lost my copy. They were not crying out. No, sorry, it's the other one. The other one. Teachers' work. They were not crying out for additional, teaching assistants or things like that. And that was because their primary focus is in retaining their attention on the core work. So, and this goes to your previous question on workload. So the new activities have created the workload issue. Okay? Now, some of them are compliance, but some of them are just data collection, right? But they really pervade into classroom time. Because that happens, the teachers were essentially saying to us that in many cases they shoulder the burden of those new activities through longer work hours so that they can still do the stuff in their core job, right? So it is that additional stuff that's extended their workload. And for that reason, they put as their number one strategy more time to collaborate, to focus and lift the quality in their classroom time. Now, unfortunately, that was mistaken in some policy circles as a call for more lesson plans. They didn't ask for that. In fact, that was the last thing teachers wanted. But what they want is space and time for their work more than anything else.
Footnote to that, I'd just like to say that we need to be very careful when we take a microscopic look at teachers' work and start reconsidering that. We must be very careful not to go down the path of de-skilling.
I wanted to
clear that was actually for principals. It wasn't for teachers.
Yeah.
But anyway, I've taken up enough of your time. Thank you.
Just
very
add very briefly about the principals in
sure.
particular. So I think some of the seeds of this also started when local schools was introduced back in 2011. So I did a study particularly on the piloting of this particular initiative of 47 schools. And what the evidence coming from there was a lot of the pressure was put onto principals. So principals enjoyed the fact that they had more autonomy, more authority around staffing responsibilities and also finances. So they could now control up to 70% of the education budget compared to 10% some years earlier. But with that came a lot of compliance, a lot of responsibility, and a lot of workload as well. So they were saying how their role had become a lot more managerialized. They were, in terms of the local choice arrangements for staffing, what would take one day to allocate a teacher to their school now takes a month or two, for example. So, and also principals reporting that they needed to hire a business manager now. They had a lack of support from the department in terms of training around accounting and finance and budgeting and things like that. So they felt very like they didn't have the skills that they needed within that. So that might speak a bit to your question as well.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I'd like to ask about, there's sort of national anxiety about declining results on international assessments. And the policy response has been to look to teacher quality, and there's a real narrative, which I know you touch on in your submission, around accountability and that process of trying to work out what can be done to improve the results, obviously focusing on teachers. That's adding to the impost around data collection so that we've got a better line of sight, policymakers that have a better line of sight on what's going on in schools to try and address this problem. I wonder whether you might offer some comment about this accountability narrative that really seems to be leading to the work intensification. And then a sort of secondary question is, in terms of the data collection processes, check-in, Plan 2, NCCD, learning and support plans, and then there's a whole accreditation process which also feeds into this expectation around raising teacher quality and satisfying policymakers that the teacher quality issue is being addressed. So perhaps I might invite the panel to make some comments about that aspect.
Yes, well, I think you've provided a good list, a good starting list on all the policy initiatives that teachers have been subjected to. From my perspective as a researcher, what I've observed over the last decade is increasing accountability frameworks for teachers, and that involves minutiae in data work and administration. However, in relation to the broad educational challenges we're facing in terms of some declines in various indicators, what I don't see that a pursuit of that line as coming to a productive end, essentially. And I would argue that we're not collecting the right sort of data. We're certainly not collecting data that's aligned to our national goals that we've signed up to, which is excellence and equity first, but then confident and creative learners, lifelong learners, we need attitudes of learning for that, and active citizens. So from my mind, we're pursuing the wrong things. We're creating a lot of work for teachers, and they feel uncomfortable with it because it doesn't go to their central professional values. And what I've also observed is a lack of upward accountability frameworks. So we have the downward ones, and indeed, people have claimed that a lot of our educational woes are due to a teacher problem. Well, as I'm deeply familiar with all the data, I would beg to differ. a lot of our educational woes are to do with a lack of upward accountability, poor transparency and reporting against our national goals. And I could cite many, many examples of this, but the first and foremost being in the National Report on Schooling. In the preamble, it says they're going to look at equity and all the national goals. And in the following pages, they do not get there. They have footnote after footnote explaining that equity has to be looked at on the online data set. Well, if we really value it, surely we should be facing and indeed being very open and transparent on reporting educational data. And attention to those things is really what's required to turn the education system around. We can't hope to have teachers distributed equitably, or indeed in relation to international best practice, have more teachers and our very best teachers in the most disadvantaged schools, because we know that will give us the best return. We can't hope to do that if we don't have adequate data on teacher specialism and teacher location, geolocation. And we need annual reporting to say how we're going on that. So the accountability frameworks as have been experienced in the last decade, I believe, have been mostly counterproductive. In our data, it was super clear that teachers felt very uncomfortable with those frameworks, and they felt essentially it was a waste of their time.
In addition, I'd like to add that attention to teacher quality. We need quality teachers, but there is also the issue of responsibilisation. Then holding a sense that it's the quality of teachers that is almost the sole or exclusive cause of declines in performance rankings. Now, the education system in Australia and in New South Wales is hugely complex, and that's nothing new to anyone in this room. To then allow kind of the beacon to point in one direction to just teachers, and the so-called quality of those individuals, responsibilisation making it the individuals doing fault cause that accounts for performance in international rankings. It could be reversed and say, well, we need a policy quality index. What is the quality index? What is the index of quality around the policies or around the system delivery or around other components of the very complex educational fabric that exists? And when that is all really top-notch, along with top quality teachers, then we might see some further shift upwards instead of downwards in our rankings.
But when you see teachers teaching away from the evidence base in classroom practice, what are you supposed to conclude?
Well, we do see that, but we don't have any comprehensive data on it, right? But if you look at
Isn't the big fad that's emerged in teaching in recent times, teachers as facilitators? The students are supposed to be self-starting learners, which is normally code for one kid in the group of 4 does all the work, and they get it from the internet, and a lot of it's rubbish, while the teacher walks around so-called facilitating instead of doing direct explicit instruction. Isn't that a major problem?
There's no doubt that there is still a job to do there. There's no doubt at all.
Yeah, the trend's getting worse.
But what we're saying is that those challenges have been made more difficult given the workload arrangements. And then if we look at the higher echelons of the education system, at a system level where accountability resides as well, and there is a commitment to it in the Mapantway Statement, it provides a rationale for teacher accountability but also system accountability. And if we look at how the system's been operating that way, and we review the OECD report on effective teacher policies, you can see that we are not complying with the international best practice. You can see the highly high-achieving countries are highly strategic. And to quote this report, high-quality teaching force is the result of deliberate policy choices carefully implemented over time. Now, from my observations over a career, I would have to say we have not been implementing careful choices. We haven't had a national recruitment and teacher workforce strategy, and we don't have an open and transparent and well-reported data set on teachers. And that's not to mention the broader educational challenges we face, given that we've not been addressing our goals with appropriate data and monitoring. That is the framework of Australian education at the moment, and New South Wales is no different. And it, it sticks out so obviously to me, and in fact I could table this report. I've got an additional copy here. And I think it will provide very, very enlightening reading for the panel. Any country that wants to do well in education must strategise to send more teachers to the disadvantaged schools, to send their best teachers to the disadvantaged schools, to send the most specialised teachers to the disadvantaged schools. And we are doing the exact opposite.
Okay. Well, we could debate that out extensively, but we've run out of time. So we'll have to call the session to a close and thank Doctors McGrath, Champ, Wilson and Gavin for your participation and submission and all the documents extensive documents that you've tabled as well to inform the committee. And now we move on to the Science Teachers Association of New South Wales. If Irina and Margaret could come forward. Thank you.
Mark, I've got a pack delivery.
On Barra. Welcome to Irina Taveska and Margaret Shepherd from the Science Teachers Association. And if you could please swear yourself in by stating your name, position and taking either the oath or the affirmation. And also thank you for last week's science in the Parliament session in the Jubilee Room. For those of us who got there, it was fantastic. I haven't been that interested in science for about 40 years, listening to the students from Macquarie Fields High School, and I passed on to my own daughter the possibilities of investigative science, which sounds fascinating. So thanks for the work you did and thanks for the submission and attendance today.
No problem.
Irina?
I'm Irina Tasevska, Executive Officer of the Science Teachers Association of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I'm Margaret Shepherd. I'm the President of the Science Teachers Association of New South Wales, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. And it's available to you to make a short opening statement, and the committee obviously is very interested in what we can do to increase the number of in-field science teachers in New South Wales.
Great, thank you, Mr. Latham. I've made a few points in this opening remark that are different to the report we submitted, so just to strengthen that information a little bit. So we welcome the opportunity today to be the voice for our members and the community, and our think tank that we have to gather all this information have been working hard to share their ideas with us. Teacher shortages are not a new issue. In our submission, you will have seen this data and you'll have seen commentary that the workloads and administration have increased and in fact become unmanageable. So what exactly does this mean for a science teacher? So one of our science teachers developed a bit of an image to map out their week. Now, this teacher indicated 53 hours per week in the classroom, of which 38 is face-to-face teaching, 25% is lesson prep and programming, 11% goes to assessment and marking, which has increased dramatically, I might add, since 2001, and I can elaborate on that later. And 26% goes to admin and other duties, which includes paperwork, playground duties, homework club, restorative issues with children, behaviour management, NCC data collection, which is mandated. It's a federal government funding requirement. And in one systemic school, a systemic Catholic school, I grabbed some data yesterday, the workload has increased and grown quite exponentially due to increased numbers more recently of special needs students, and this school has got 125 students out of about 1,000. The EALD priority and refugee students, they've got 50 students in the school, so that's a lot of time extra required to over and above the normal classroom preparation, as well as life skills and gifted. So this demonstrates that more than a quarter of the teacher's time is spent on duties that don't need to be performed by them. They could be performed by administration and or other admin staff. But on top of all of that, science teachers have extra. They have exacerbated workload because of the practical work, the 50% practical work that is mandated. So out of every 2 lessons, 1 lesson has to be an experiment or some work in the lab. So without access to a lab tech, as is the case in many schools, that means the teacher has to do the preparation, the gathering all the, I'd hate to be a chemistry teacher, trying to prepare all the chemicals, the risk assessment, get everything organised, unpack, put it away, make sure you've got the compliance and chemical safety and data done as well. So not having appropriate lab tech support is a significant issue for being able to be a great science teacher. On top of that, you add other ad hoc duties. Now, these are specific projects. So every year, we have Science Week, and teachers love Science Week because it's an opportunity for students to engage in science outside of the classroom. Now, that's a week of activities. They've got to prepare all those. Student research projects, they require inordinate time getting the equipment ready for the students so that they can do it in their own time, mentoring the students outside class time, etc. The Young Scientist program, if schools want to submit projects into state awards, that takes more time. If you want to have excursions or incursions at school, that takes more time. Some competitions that they go in, so big science, crystal growing, titration competitions, they take before school, after school and lunch times. This work is vital, and we must have that part of the school day-to-day life to encourage student passion in science. The one thing that we sometimes leave out of this discussion is the emotional impact on teachers themselves. They're dealing with a modern-day crisis of student well-being, and we have to take that into account. You can't have a teacher going to a classroom and dealing with the myriad of issues that they have, then walk out and be normal and say, I'm going to do my planning now. They are going to have to take some time to gather their sense of being and their drive again after they've had that emotional stress. Teaching is not just a case of being in the classroom. It involves children. It involves building relationships, and that is getting harder and harder given the student wellbeing challenges that we are having now. Now, what's happening next year? We've just had COVID, we've had lockdowns, we've had online lessons. Oh, that's right. Next year, we're getting a new syllabus. We're so excited. That means we have to now find the time to do all this programming and all this preparation for a new syllabus. We said this before, that the 4-year plan to introduce a new syllabus was far too short. That was before COVID, and we say it again. We need the 10-year plan that Jeff Masters recommended. So all of those issues are building and building in the public arena. How do we address this impact on teacher shortage? There's no simple, we don't have an answer. Certainly higher pay is one factor, but it's not a solution on its own. We need our policymakers to develop a comprehensive plan that focuses on attracting and retaining teachers and letting teachers spend their time on what they're trained to do. Workload and admin duties are a significant driver of staff shortages. And if you go through all of the list, you'll be able to take every point that we put in our submission back to that increased workload. And add that to that, the feeling of being undervalued because of the ongoing wages issue disputes that are constantly in the media. The negative media impact about teachers needing to improve, constantly being bombarded, it has to stop. For science teachers, the constant pressure is also there to get more Band 6s. Band 6s are not meant to be compared. A Band 6 grade in one subject cannot be compared to a Band 6 in another. They are totally different. And yet every single year we have it in the media that here's the number of Band 6s this school got and where are the science Band 6s. So every year the teachers cry because they're working so hard to help their students, and then music gets 25% Band 6s and science get 5%. There's no comparison. But the media think there is. So this is a huge downside that's been neglected now for a long time, and we've been trying to discuss this with NESA for years about this inequity. The answer is the ATAR fixes that gap because then the sciences are scaled differently. But in the meantime, in the short term, what's happening, teachers are leaving teaching. They don't want to have to go every year to have a meeting with the principal to say, well, where are your Band 6s? Why haven't you got more Band 6s? They're getting Band 6s in this subject, why can't they get them in yours? It's not about teacher quality. You can't compare one Band 6 to another. So this is putting pressure on the teachers who are already in the system. They are leaving. Add that to the new teachers coming through. They see this happening and then they won't want to be part of the story either. So this is draining the teachers. We can't have that anymore.
Sorry, Margaret. It needs to be a short statement.
Sorry.
Because
I'm nearly finished.
10, 15 minutes left and many of the committee will be wanting to ask questions.
All right, no problems. I'm sorry. I'll give you a copy of that document anyway.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Anthony Diadam?
Sorry?
Thank you, Chair.
Diadam, to ask a question.
Yes, thanks for your attendance today. I wanted to, so in your recommendations at the end of your submission, you talk about significant reform focused on reducing administration and workloads of teachers. Mm-hmm. Can you be specific? What kind of things could we take out in terms of the work? I mean, you mentioned the NCC data collection. That serves a certain purpose in terms of trying to channel funding to those students who need it most. Like, what kind of administrative workload elements specifically could we look to address?
Right. So one of the, or many actually, we've got homework club in most schools has to be funded, covered by teaching staff. There's one area. Who could do that? Somebody else that's not a teacher, or pay someone to do it. We've got compliance issues that need to be addressed, so NESA requirements as well as system requirements, as well as the NCC data. We've got the enormous data that needs to be collected from assessment. So a lot of research was done by a number of researchers to say you need to gather data from assessment to help students improve in their practice. So I have seen teachers have these massive Excel documents where these teachers have mapped out every single component of the assessment and worked out who's doing well in this area and who's not doing well in that area. It took them hours and hours to do it. And it's great. It's wonderful. It's just what we want for our students. But where's the time to do it? They teach 5 classes a week. They get 1 period a day to do this other stuff. In that period, it may not be. So they may have 6 periods Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. They don't get their periods off till Thursday and Friday. So all of this good assessment work that they're doing to help improve student results is happening at night time. It's not happening in the daytime. Now, we don't want that to stop. We want the teachers to do that still. That is really important. So do we take 1 class away from them? Instead of having 5 classes, do they have 4? Give them 4 classes instead of 5. They're going to have 6 periods extra a week to do their work at school, not have to take it home. The assessment events themselves, not only is the data analysis huge, they also have, since 2001, increased the requirements of doing assessment because of standards referenced assessment. So in standards referenced assessment, before that, you write an answer, you get tick 1 mark, good, tick 2 marks, 3 marks, so you add it up and it's done. But now they have to do a page or a page and a half standards referenced assessment criteria. Then they have to mark the assessment holistically, so they get a mark out of 5 and they've got to work out where that mark fits, or out of 9, where does that fit against the criteria. The time to mark has doubled, if not tripled. Imagine the schools who've got 240 students in a school. And for example, our science research projects, which I've got a copy here, this is a massive project that the students do that has to be marked holistically. You can't mark that in 5 minutes. That takes an hour per student. And if your job is to mark all of Year 10 or all of Year 9 because you distribute the marking as best you can so you don't have a teacher marking their own class, because then you get all sorts of other issues rising, how does that work? You know, there's just not enough hours in a day to do what they need to do. So we need to look at how many classes the teachers are taking. And then, of course, with science, you add the preparation for experiments, and you've got we always say to the teachers, do the experiment before you have to do it in class. When? You know, the maths just doesn't add up. And so if you're a teacher in this situation year after year after year, and then on top of that you get blasted because you're not getting the number of band 6s, I can understand why they're leaving and why the new ones coming in are leaving. Look, people don't go into teaching for the money. Let's be honest. They don't go into the profession because they want something out of it. They become a teacher because they love kids. They want to be a teacher. That passion is there. We see it every day. We see it in our teachers.
I'm mindful of the time. I just want to ask one other question, which was the minister's announced that they're going to look to provide support in terms of data entry, so non-teaching staff to do data entry, and I think there may have been a suggestion that they might also do marking as well, or having student teachers do marking. I think there was some suggestion around that. Is that a practical solution? Will that work?
Data entry still needs to be double-checked, so no. Data entry, in a way, is useful because as you do it, you see trends. You see, oh, why did so-and-so get that? What's going on with so-and-so? So data entry, maybe not. Non-teachers marking, Problematic. Problematic. I don't think that's going to solve the problem in the short term, or the long term for that matter. It might help out, in the short term, give teachers a bit of a breathing space, but teachers need to get a feel for what their students are doing, and often marking is how you do that.
Courtney Houshouse.
Thanks very much. Can I just say thank you so much for your submission and for your very extensive introduction. We can hear the passion in your voice. The one question I wanted to ask you was about, obviously we know that there are huge shortages in terms of our STEM teachers. So what's the impact on a student if they are being taught science by a teacher who is not trained in science?
That's a good question. Look, if they're trained by a teacher who's not science qualified, they won't necessarily come out with an understanding of science. They may know the facts, they may be able to quote the particle theory, they may be able to quote Newton's law, but they won't be able to relate it or apply it to the bigger picture of science, the nature and practice of science. It takes much more knowledge for the teacher to build those ideas together for the students than someone who's not qualified. Like if I was to go, I'm not a physics teacher, for example. If I went in to teach physics, I could teach them, but I'd be missing all of those other little special facts that go in to help students build an understanding of the science. And so long term, it's problematic.
And probably lacking that passion that then inspires the passion
of
the students as well,
yes.
Right? And so that would have a direct result on their ability to perform at these higher levels that we want them to be able to do. That if they're not getting that holistic understanding, then it's going to be impacting on putting aside I take on board your points about band 6s and the like. We want our students to do well, but the way for them to do well is to be taught by a trained science teacher. Would you agree?
Yes. And we have a lot of out-of-field teachers now, and as our data showed, a lot of brand new teachers, which is wonderful. We love new teachers, but they require mentoring. And the staff room that I've been going into recently, I never see any staff in there because they're always in the classroom. So how can they mentor someone when they've got no time?
Do you think, I said I had one question, of course, I've always got more than one. In terms of your, you talk about mentoring and providing that support. A lot of the schools that we have talked to, or what colloquially we call best practice schools, they provide actually really intensive mentoring for that, especially for that first year out. It strikes me that teaching is one of the few professions where we say, okay, you've got your university degree and shut you in an office or shut you in a classroom and say, we'll leave you to your own devices. What capacity do existing science teachers have to be providing that support?
Out of the goodness of their heart, in whatever minutes they can grab between walking from one class to another, driving to and from school on the telephone. Not much time left. Very limited.
And just finally, how do we get more in-field science teachers? One suggestion is the payment of bonuses through the ITE process. Is that feasible, and how much would the bonus be?
To work in a staff room, a staff room has science, maths, most schools have everybody in there together. How do you say to one teacher that you're worth more than another, so we'll give you more money than another teacher?
Because that teacher's more desperately needed to have the expertise in the field of science along with
then
maths.
Pay all teachers more. Pay all teachers more. That's all. Pay every teacher more money.
Yeah, but that won't change the distribution of expertise as they go through ITE.
Yes, it will, because if the teachers get more money and are publicly acknowledged as having more worth, we're taking a battering. Teachers are taking a battering. And Rachel said it earlier. What are teachers worth these days? We are public football to be kicked around. That's what it feels like. So if someone says teachers are worth their weight in gold, regardless of the subject area they teach in, you will get the students who want to be teachers applying for ITE. Whether that's English, history, maths, French, whatever subject, maths, TAS, because they are comparable to being a non-teacher, to be in industry. If you get them all, you will get good people applying. So money's an issue, but their public worth and what people say about teachers in public is what's going to be the most important for people to appreciate what teachers have to do every day. And when COVID was on, I think some people got a better understanding, but I think that's slipped already.
Yeah, you know, this is sort of confronting, but I've got to say there's a lot of feedback, and it's not hard to understand in the public arena, where people say, oh, teachers, they get 12 weeks of holiday a year, they work 9 to 3. From the evidence we've heard, obviously teachers are working well outside those parameters. Wouldn't it be better to formalise an arrangement where we say teachers work, they get 4 weeks of holiday a year like everyone else, and the other 8 weeks are pupil-free lesson preparation and the like, and that teachers work 8 till 5. They're the work hours. Wouldn't that build a better public understanding of the workload?
That perception of holiday has to stop. There's one classic example. Teachers work during those 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's
off
what I'm
school.
saying. Like in politics, we'd like a better public reputation too, but perception matters.
It does.
And if you say that this job has 12 weeks of holiday, well, people say that's pretty cushy.
Yeah.
We'd all like that. So haven't we got to sort of change the formal definition of the holiday time and the work day to match up to modern professional standards?
We can very easily fix that and say it's not a holiday time, it's a pupil-free time. Instead of saying to
where's
people,
that being
teachers are
said,
going
though?
on holidays.
Other than here and through your advocacy, where's that being said? Shouldn't the government define it differently?
That would be great
That would
if
be
the
good.
government said your time off class is, but we don't want it mandated. We don't want it in there in the.
Oh, no, hang on.
Yeah.
You can't say it and then not do it. It has to be mandated, obviously.
But see,
with accountability for working those hours.
yes, the teachers are using this time off for marking, for planning. That's what's happening now. And for PD in some cases. I know one of our conferences is on 3 days in the July school holidays, and many teachers go to that. So it does happen. But if you have a teacher who is really, really under the pump because they've got 2 or 3 classes that are really hard going in terms of behaviour management, the end of the term comes, they're drained. So they may need some days or a week just to lie on the lounge and get their sense of self back again. So what do you say to that person? If we say you have to work during the holidays, we just want it recognised that that teachers do work in those student-free times. Because you have to account for that emotional drain on people.
You also have to account for being at work, don't you?
Yes.
Right.
I don't understand your meaning. Sorry.
Well, you can't just have rules where for 8 weeks of the year, notionally, voluntarily, teachers are doing pupil-free work without actually turning up to the workplace and being accounted for that role. Now, I would match this up with significant pay increases, but I'm just saying teaching has an enormous public perception problem. Because a lot of people say, and they look at the official way in which it's done, this is a job that has 12 weeks holiday a year, 8 more than the normal standard, and they work 9 till 3. And that's a perception that all of us need to overcome. And I think to formalise it, match it with pay increases would be the best way of doing that. But you can't make it voluntary. You can't have a job where people don't turn up to the workplace.
You could have work from home definitely during those off school times. That would be perfectly fine. And not one teacher I know works from 9 to 3. So where does that dialogue come from? That's a student hourly. That's a student day.
Sure. But
Teachers are 8 till 5 normally.
This is what significant parts of the public say.
So whose job is it to change that dialogue?
Well, I think the government and the teaching profession should get together
Yes, and we do.
negotiate a different deal.
I'd
There's
love to
realistic
do
hours
that.
where you do turn up to work with realistic pay. That'd be
Yes.
my solution.
Yes.
But we need to end at that point because we've run out of time.
Can I just ask a quick question? Can I just ask a quick question? There was, in your opening statement, you said marking had increased since 2001, and you were going to elaborate.
Yes.
Could you elaborate?
I sort of did a little bit. Standards referenced assessment requires, when I talked about the SRP, for example, it requires teachers to write a very extensive marking criteria, which is a new, I don't know if you can see, but that's sort of 2.5 pages of, what it is you're looking for. So a student who gets an elementary, basic, sound, thorough, extensive. So you've got to describe the standard that the student's working at for that particular criteria. So
Is this a national standard or a state-imposed mandate?
I think good question. Standards referenced. Don't know. Take that on notice. But I know it is in the NESA requirements. So, good question.
Then it'd be a state.
Oh, state. Okay. Well,
NESA, we're seeing NESA tomorrow.
Okay, great.
Thank you. We've run up against the lunch hours
Okay.
now, so we'll have to adjourn at that point. The committee will resume at 2:10. And
Thank you.
Margaret and Irina for their presentation and giving us lots of good material to take forward.
Oh, I hope so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
start and welcome our representatives from the Association of Heads of Independent Schools of Australia, Dr. Gareth Leachman and Mrs. Susan Middlebrook. Thanks very much for your submission and your participation today, which we very much appreciate. And we just need you to swear yourself in, which means reading out your name, position, and then taking either the oath or affirmation. Please.
Susan Middlebrook, Deputy Chair of the Association of Heads of Independent Schools for New South Wales and ACT and Principal at Tara Anglican School for Girls. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Gareth?
Thank you. Dr. Gareth Leachman, Chair of the State Branch of the Association Heads of Independent Schools Australia, New South Wales ACT, Headmaster of Arndell Anglican College. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And it's available to make a short opening statement before we get to questions, please.
Yeah, sure. Love to do that. Thank you very much. We're here representing the New South Wales branch of the Association Heads of Independent Schools Australia. The independent sector more broadly is a very diverse sector, and in this state there are over 500 schools and campuses educating over 220,000 students. It includes the full range of Christian schools, Islamic schools, Jewish schools, a Buddhist school and schools of no particular faith, and those that might be aligned to the Montessori, Steiner and international schools. Less than 10% of the sector are those high-fee schools that the media tends to focus on, and that proportion is falling each year. About 20% of the sector are also special schools and special assistance schools. 2/3 of independent schools have a direct measure of income score of 104 or less, which means they serve predominantly low to middle income earners. Almost half the sector, 46%, are schools with fewer than 200 students. Almost 40% of New South Wales independent schools are outside Sydney, and there are some 50 schools with boarding facilities. The sector employs almost 20,000 teachers and around 10,000 non-teaching staff. That's FTE numbers. The teacher shortage is affecting all sectors. It is more acute in certain subjects, and we would be happy to discuss this with you. The sector's representative body, more broadly as we know, is the AIS of New South Wales, and they've recognised that the teacher supply is of concern, and they have started to launch a 3-year strategy to try and identify, recruit and retain teachers, and their program is called Growing and Nurturing Educators, or GAIN. Happy now to, Susan and I, happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Courtney Housos?
Thanks very much, Dr. Leachman, Mrs. Middlebrook. We really appreciate your time and your submission. In your submission, you talk about how it's not a uniform problem, that the teacher shortages or difficulties in teacher recruitment, I should probably say, from your submission. Can you explain to us what the impact is? Can you talk about some of those differences just in the first instance?
Sorry, can you clarify the question again?
So can you explain, you said it's not a uniform response, so we're not seeing the same challenges in rural and regional areas or in metropolitan Sydney or in different subject areas, or that there's different challenges. Can you just explain a little bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. The sector, as we've pointed out there, is quite diverse. Now, obviously, I think what we're seeing in regional settings is, and this is something we're getting through the membership. We actually had a members meeting yesterday, so it was quite good to ask them to get their information from there. And they are facing, obviously, significant issues, especially in some of those consistently hard to reach areas now, say mathematics, science, particularly physics and chemistry, design and technology. An emerging one in the regions is learning support. So finding appropriate teachers who have a skill set in that area, who are able to offer support. I think in the city, and you're seeing still those issues, but I think what you're doing is becoming, especially on the fringes of the city, you're starting to get, again, teacher shortage and challenges there in that space with similar sort of subjects, and especially in the city now, increasingly something like languages, for example. Is becoming more and more challenging to find teachers in that space.
And, sorry, I'm just sitting a little bit far from the microphone. And you talk about, from a principal's perspective, I actually asked the Science Teachers Association appeared just before you, and I asked them about what's the impact of a non-science trained teacher teaching science? what's your concern from a principal's perspective, even as individual principals yourself, in recruiting people who are teaching outside of their subject area?
Yeah, the first thing I think all principals are trying to do is to recruit teachers within area. Yeah. And now, obviously, that is not always the case, even across our sector. Mm-hmm. And so one of the challenges you've got there in recruiting generally, if you're going to have that, is that you've got teachers with lack of, say, specific subject knowledge, content knowledge, specific skill set in that. And also, I suppose, most people who teach within knowledge have a very strong passion for their subject, and so often those people who are teaching slightly out of it, and it's not because they don't have the passion, it takes them time to develop that subject knowledge. Mm. Having said that, what I think some principals are doing too is looking for staff who might be able to teach more than one subject, so I can speak personally within that. So for example, and Susan might have another example, I can talk from an R&L perspective just locally for us. Mm. I had a very good, a dozen years ago, very good PE teacher who had maths as their second subject. Now, a dozen years ago, every principal would have, advertising for a PE teacher would have had a lot of applications. Interestingly, that's changed as well. Mm. So I encourage that young lady within our environment that, how about you think about actually majoring in your second choice subject was mathematics. And we invested in her significantly and topped her up with skills and were able to encourage her to do further study, and now she's a very, very good maths teacher who will take the odd PE class, so it's the reverse. Yeah. So I think you're finding principals having to think creatively on their feet to look at the talent that's before them and see if they can then enable that talent to look at a second teaching area and make that dominant space. Susan, do you have any?
I think a real concern if people are being forced to teach out of area is quality of teaching and learning and the burden that places on the teacher as well. I mean, they do this because they want to do it well, and trying to teach classes where they're not feeling particularly skilled, and I'm talking more in the high school end of things where the subjects are quite specific and the knowledge you need is quite specific. And to ask a history teacher to teach science is just an appalling thing to do to the poor people, and therefore you've got you have to give them a lot of support, so that puts pressure on other staff. It undermines the children in terms of their confidence in their teacher, and then you lose a teacher because they're not having a nice time, and off you go again. So it's not good to have that situation.
Sorry, I'm just having
I know in some schools, just to add to that, particularly in regional areas, they've had to limit the choice of the subjects available to students as well, because they simply cannot get a physics teacher, or they cannot get a design and technology teacher or whatever. So they are no longer able to offer those subjects for the students, which limits learning again.
And is that in a regional area, or is that also in Sydney?
I've heard of it more in regional areas than in the city.
Yeah, absolutely. I just had one final question, which was about, there's been some talk this morning in our inquiry, but also obviously last week out of the National Roundtable around an apprenticeship style teaching. How equipped do you find first years teachers who come straight out of university? We've heard lots of evidence from schools in previous inquiries that they almost have to do a year of kind of cadet training or mentoring or quite intensive support in order to get teachers up to where they would like them to be, and develop them. Do you personally as teachers or personally as principals, or are you aware of other schools that do similar kinds of programs, and what do you think about them?
Yeah, yes. In short, I think there's two components to the question that I'd respond to there. Firstly, I think a lot of the principals that I know when you pick up a first year out from university, they need to be supported appropriately through those first initial years of teaching, and that's come through the various reports. In preparing, obviously, for our conversation today, you've only got to read the various submissions that you've received that talk about, it's about 50-60% withdrawal rate in the first 5 to 6 years of those who enter teaching, which is one of the issues that we face. When you're facing a teacher shortage, we invest so heavily. When we actually get them on the ground, so to speak, we want to be able to retain them and make sure they are there for the long haul, not just for the initial 3 or 4 years and then seek employment elsewhere. The second component that I sort of see there is that, yes, we are now seeing emerging in the marketplace internship styles. So, for example, again through the submission, you've got the St Philip's model, the hub that's happening up in the Hunter region. Within the group of schools that I'm a part of, we've now just started in Task looking at internships, where we're getting last year final year students, contracting them for 12 months as a part-time teacher aide. So we are looking at ways so that they actually are becoming more prepared for that first year of teaching and become aware that, okay, is this really what I want to do? Because once they're then on the ground, if they've already been able to experience a school in a more complete way and see what the role entails, we're finding, hopefully, that they will actually stay in the profession for longer. And that initial investment, even right from the university sector and the government sector as well, in terms of the HECS and the provision of financial investment from the federal government in that sense, that they stay in the profession for longer.
What's your view of the hub model from a school perspective?
From my personal perspective, I think we should continue to explore it. I think it's something that my initial experience in our own version of the hub model in Task has been very positive. We had 2 this year. I took 2 interns on, and both of them by the end of the year will be fully employed in schools. One is already fully employed in a school because that school had a particular shortage within our hub of schools, and again through some of the flexibility of arrangements that we're seeing in trying to enable teachers in their final 2 years of study to actually start teaching.
So you find that it's more applied to your needs? I've got to say it's a bit confronting, but I've been to government best practice schools where the principal will say, look, pretty well what they do at universities is useless to us. I'd prefer they come here with not a lot tipped into them by the university so I can retrain them more effectively in our model, the model that we develop for, Smith Street School or whatever it is, the model that they're looking to develop in professional development, classroom practice, collaboration and the like?
Yes, I can see why the principals would say that, because I think one of the things that we're noticing is still potentially some disconnect between the tertiary sector and the teaching sector.
Yeah, massively.
I think there's not a lot of problem with the knowledge base of these young people that are coming out. They're clever, but it takes a while to learn the craft of teaching, and you need a little bit of help. You need quite a lot of help with that. And then you layer over that whilst all schools are meant to be just school, every school is different and has its own culture. And I know many of our schools have an approach to learning, so there's a lot of learning that goes into that, so that the language of learning is across the school, and people need support while they are learning that professional side of that as part of the context of any school that they would be in.
There aren't many professions where you pop out of university and you're ready to do the job by yourself, are there? Whereas in teaching, we kind of expect them, we can just put them in a classroom and they're going to be ready to go. That's just not the case.
Yeah, I think people have undervalued the skill of the craft of it, that comes with that, and you need a little bit. You need a lot of help for some years, and then managing. Teenagers are wonderful beasts, but not always calm, and so there's an art to that as well, and so that you teach them where they're at, and it takes a while to get to do that really well, so that you're comfortable with it.
I've just got one last question because I'm hogging the time again. Obviously having teachers teach out of their specialty area has an impact on all students, but it would have a particular impact on HSC students. Would you agree?
Absolutely, yeah. One of the things that allows HSC students to do well is if they have confidence in their teacher. That relation between teacher and student in those last couple of years is vital for young people to feel assured that this is all going well, the teacher knows what they're doing, and and if you're only one page ahead on the day, it's not going to end well, So.
And is that your experience that's happening, not necessarily in your schools, but across the sector?
Yes, I know. I'm aware in some schools it's really tough to find highly qualified and experienced teachers to teach in that space. And if you lose a teacher, it's can be very, very difficult to replace them at the moment.
Thank you very much.
Scott Farlow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for being with us today. Just interested, in your submission, you talk about how this is a problem that you've seen prior to COVID, and I think you remark on this being sort of an international problem as well, and what you were putting in place for what was effectively an international recruitment process. And do you want to maybe take us back to 2019 and some of the things that you were seeing even then before COVID hit?
Yeah, sure. It's hard to think before COVID, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Within that context, you could start to see in certain areas it was getting harder and harder to recruit for specific subjects. So pre-COVID, say 2020, maths was the classic example that I think all principals would be aware of, especially those who had the capacity to teach higher maths. So in the New South Wales system, Extension 1, Extension 2, for example. Not too difficult potentially to try and find a standard maths teacher, but those who are going to be teaching the higher level and have the capacity to do it. Also, too, I think it would be safe to say you're starting to see emerging issues in physics and chemistry, those sciences, and also, say, languages. I think what obviously happened during the COVID period is probably crystallised a few staff and the changes that they were required to make over the last couple of years. And I think you've seen a higher attrition rate, it would seem to me anecdotally, of some of our experienced staff who have now reached maybe closer to retirement, have decided, I don't want to do any more of this, and have decided to obviously retire in the last couple of years, which has then exacerbated, I would argue, some pre-existing problems.
And I imagine that was probably impacted as well in terms of some of the changes to teaching during the pandemic as well,
correct.
with the online delivery models and that.
Undoubtedly.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned in your submission how you've had advocacy to the federal government with respect to temporary skilled visas when it comes to certain, and I imagine certain subject areas as well, such as maths or science, and teachers in those areas. Have you got any update for us in terms of how that's been received? And I take it,
yeah, sure.
There's a new government in place in Canberra, so it might be difficult to reflect on that.
No. The reflection there, so in terms of the way our association works, that would come through our national office. So at the moment, that would come through our CEO, Beth Blackwood, who oversees all of our doings across the country. They do a lot of advocacy in that space for us. And yes, with the change of government you've alluded to there, and Jason Clare's the new Minister for Education, we're still waiting, I know, for an opportunity to chat to him. But we also work through Independent Schools Australia, which is a sort of a broader group that we work through in that advocacy space, because I think what we're trying to do there is generate the dialogue, make people aware that this is an issue. And so part of our advocacy is to look for solutions. One of the solutions that I suppose that in our sector we're looking at is trying to open up more opportunities for mid-career teachers to maybe make the change across, and I think the two big factors there that we're trying to advocate for there is money, in one sense, of either fee relief for them to do courses or even scholarship type programs. I mean, one of the biggest things that
So when you say making the change across, do you mean
so
making
what I
it
mean,
to a different subject area or a higher level of
so
a subject
somebody
area?
might be, for example, an engineer or an accountant who might have a desire to become a maths teacher, for example. I think one of the things that they will be challenged by, of course, is especially if they're in mid-career, they've still got mortgages to pay, they've got bills to cover, they've got their own families to oversee, and those types of structures. What can we put in place there that might be able to incentivise through scholarship, through fee relief, through making their application through university, tertiary quicker, more efficient and effective. So we're trying to have advocacy in that space to try and speed up those structures, because when you do get a mid-career teacher coming across and it works well, which we are experiencing in our sector, some very positive movement across in the terms of good success rate of those who make that decision, they bring a lot to the table in terms of educators because they've already been able to live a fair chunk of their life.
And are you finding that independent schools are perhaps having a bit of an advantage in that area by being able to potentially pay mid-career teachers a little bit more potentially than what they'd be paid in the state sector?
Yeah. I think the first thing I'd say there is we're a very diverse sector, and I made those in the opening comments. I mean, it's interesting, the median cost for independent schools across the state is actually $5,500 a year. So in terms of the high fee sector, part of the sector, which tends to get the bulk of the focus, it's actually a very small minority. All of those, and I can talk from that perspective as a lower fee Anglican school, we work within the MEA, that is negotiated with the union and the AIS, and that MEA is reflective largely of the broader MEA that the Federation would work with the DT, and our pay rises are tend to be dictated to by that same negotiation there.
Yep.
So when you look at it in terms of remuneration, the remuneration structures fit the context of the college, I acknowledge that, but the bulk of them are working within an MEA structure that is largely based on state MEAs and state award rates.
Thank you.
Mr. Diadam?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, look, I want to pick up on that last line of questioning. So, I mean, obviously for those low-fee schools, this is perhaps not an issue. There was a bit of a discussion in the previous session around a proposition to just, to increase the pay for specific subject teachers. That's obviously in some schools that are more affluent and that perhaps aren't within the kind of master enterprise agreement arrangements, they have that option to be able to pay more for teachers in specialist areas that are in short supply. Are they doing that? Is that the experience, and is it working?
They might be, but it's not the vast majority of schools wouldn't have the ability to do that. They don't have the capacity to pay that anyway. There would be a few schools possibly, but not very many. Most of us work along with the MEA and work because that's our budget. That's how we do it. So it would be a very small proportion, and I'm not particularly aware of anybody who is doing that.
From my experience in my dialogue, the vast majority are working within the MEA, even those in the high fee component of our sector. And obviously, it would be fair to say that yes, there are some in a very small number in that high fee sector who may be able to, but they still obviously have their own budgetary requirements that they have to meet.
I think paying particular subject area teachers isn't actually going to solve the problem. I mean, there's equity issues in that. There's a more fundamental issue here about the teaching profession in general, about why people do or do not choose teaching and the status of teaching and all of those aspects that go into it. It's rather than it just be a particular subject area.
And I think I would add just there on the issue of pay, the thing I think from our thought process within it is that we know that the actual initial teachers, when they come out from university into it, are actually getting quite a comparable or competitive pay rate. I think where we need to look into that pay discussion is those experienced teachers and how we can appropriately remunerate them going forward as well. I think the initial, and I think that's coming through the research papers I'm reading as well, that the start level is quite actually competitive. The issue we hit is around about that 10 to 15 year mark when then they're capped, and then many of them may then seek either employment outside the teaching profession, or then we lose them to the classroom because they might start wanting to take on middle management or senior management roles within schools, which is actually taking some of our best teachers outside of the actual day-to-day face-to-face teaching.
Do you think, it was certainly expressed in the previous session that taking a differential approach to paying different teachers in different subject areas would actually be divisive and corrosive within the sort of professional community within a school. Do you agree with that, or do you think that's not the case?
No, in short, yes. I think it would be very, very divisive within our sector. When I look at the schools that we represent, that if you suddenly had within a staffing body, let's just say your maths and physics teachers getting paid X and the rest of the teachers who have similar experience and continuing to make a significant contribution to their students getting paid Y, based on subject area, that would be my gut reaction, would be yes, it would be very divisive, Sue.
Oh yeah, I think it's not going to solve the problem in itself, which is attracting good people to teaching to begin with and then retaining them. So that would make it worse.
What about the scholarship system, that you pay the scholarship during ITE for maths and science teachers?
Why wouldn't you do it for everybody?
Well, a proper professional standard is to pay for expertise. Some types of expertise in teaching,
I think
medicine,
We're all experts, Mark.
engineering, science, you've got an oversupply, and where you've got an undersupply, you've got to pay in a market economy, in a market labour force to get the people you need.
Yeah. Well,
I know we're not
Sorry, yeah,
running
no.
a commune here, are we? We're trying to run
I think,
effective schools.
yeah, I think that definitely some targeted space in that is going to. I think the issue that we're going to face, and this is something which is interesting, that alludes to the gentleman's question on my left, but earlier too, is that a new emerging area that we're finding a shortage in, for example, I would argue is actually English. So, I mean, traditionally, I've been ahead now, this is my 16th year, so I've seen a lot of change. And in recent times, I'm finding it more and more challenging to recruit English teachers, for example. So it's not just the typical of the maths and science I think we need to be aware of. And I mean, if I look at the English teaching, and I take your point there, I think a very pertinent one there is, of course, what was one of the recent decisions, not obviously at state level, but at federal level, was to increase, say, Bachelor Arts degrees. Now, where are we going to get the predominant number of our English teachers from? Bachelor Arts degrees. And so those who might want to. So I think the issue of scholarship is going to be thinking more broadly in the sector, because I think there's actually increasing case now for maths, science, design and tech, languages, and now I would argue, Sue, I don't know if it's the same for you, but in that area of English, and English, if we look at it in terms of the New South Wales sector, educationally, is the only compulsory subject for the HSC. So, we need English teachers as much as we also need maths teachers. And also the two go together, because core literacy skills, anybody who's run a decent maths curriculum in recent times realise the literacy levels that are required now just to access the mathematics curriculum.
Anthony?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about, obviously we've heard a lot of evidence around the increasing pressures on teachers. One of the things that's coming down the pipeline that may exacerbate the problem is the rollout of the new curriculum. Do you think that's likely to contribute to increasing pressure on teachers and potential burnout?
In short, yes. I think there was only being discussed at our members' meeting yesterday, the pace of change in curriculum is not slowing down. It's actually in one sense increasing. And all educators, all principals and all teachers understand that the curriculum should be a living document. So nobody denies that the curriculums that we teach in this state should continue to be reviewed, improved, enhanced on a regular basis. But I think I would be speaking for my teachers in my school and the sector more broadly, that has to be done in a way which is sustainable. And I think at the moment we do have concerns that the pace is too quick. Sue, would you have a...
Yeah, I think the pace, my concern is that while review of curriculum is welcomed, it's the pace of review of the new documents that are coming out, and then schools having to respond and implement curriculum without a lot of time to think it through and support and all of those things is a huge burden on people that are very, very busy. Particularly, a lot of this discussion has been focused on high schools, but if you think about the curriculum implementation in primary schools,
Correct.
in the junior schools, where those teachers have got to implement all of the curriculum, whereas in the high schools, they have to...
Subject specific.
They're subject specific, but in the primary schools, it's across all areas. So the burden on them is quite significant, and I don't think that's been thought through enough in terms of teacher preparation.
And I think it would be worth pointing out too that, even on the travelling in this morning for this committee meeting, I had an email, from NESA looking at 2 or 3 new curricula that they want feedback on. And I think we've got to put this in the context too more broadly, is that you've got a group of teachers reconnecting back to the profession after having 2 years of pandemic, in which the last 2 years they've essentially spent almost 12 months of that teaching remotely. So you've got a fast-tracked set of curriculum changes that are occurring when teachers are all adjusting back to face-to-face teaching, which is their preference, and then you're burdening them again with further curriculum change, which are looking to be implemented over the next couple of years.
Okay, I think I might pass to. Is there any? I can't actually see who else is in the room. So, is there someone else who needs to ask a question?
I had a couple. In the industrial arrangements for your schools, are there defined work hours?
No.
No, so it's like the government system where the work hours are not defined. They're not 9 to 3. They're not 8 to 5. And are you allowed to contact your teachers during the school breaks to see what work they're doing?
I'm allowed.
Yeah.
Because they're entitled to 4 weeks annual leave. So we define that in my instance as the Christmas break. So we are allowed to contact them, but I'm also aware that teachers are working a lot on marking and preparation for next term. So I try and...
Do you monitor that during the other 8 weeks where they're not formally
No, because they come back prepared for the term. So I know they've worked.
Right, but
I don't ask to tell.
So there's 8 weeks where you're not really...
The 8 weeks over Christmas?
No. There's 12 weeks of school break in a year. There's 4 weeks of annual holiday. The other 8 weeks, you're not expecting teachers to submit the work they're doing at home, so you can check on what they're doing and know that it's being done?
But they're expected to be ready for the term.
Right.
So therefore
and
they have worked.
How do you measure their readiness?
Because they walk into class with a lessons prepared and resources ready.
Are you in the class, or you've got other monitors in the class to check that they are ready and the classroom practice is up to scratch?
Yeah, we have programs that are monitored, scope and sequence documents which they report against. They're all timed in terms of what happens the workload for particular weeks. It's all fairly tightly prescripted, and they build all of that.
So I think with across the sector, there'll be a breadth of approaches, but the way that we use it, a lot of people that I talk to, is you've got term time and non-term time, and that you're making it very conscious to the staff that they are entitled to their 4 weeks leave, and that you do actually encourage them to do it. And that with that other 8 weeks that you're alluding to, if I look at our particular context, the way we operate that, we will have some of those will actually professional development days will incur during that time. We will also know that I'll have several staff who will do conferences or professional development experiences during that time. I will have several staff who will run holiday workshops especially for HSC students. And so you can monitor that, because when you're you're seeing them coming in to deliver work. And you've also got, you're treating them with that sense of flexibility, because one of the things, I think the most draining part of the job is actually dealing with the people. So I think one of the sides of the job that we tend to forget about is that, dealing with, regardless of whether you've got a group of young kindergarten students who in their first couple of weeks are just trying to figure out what school's about and all the tiers that involves, right through to Year 12 students who are producing major works towards the end who are quite stressed. The most draining part of the job, I think, for teachers is actually that emotional support that they provide to all of the students under their care. So what we encourage is that sense of professionalism with them to say, you've got the non-term time. Many of my staff I know, because obviously a lot of us as principals are actually working during the holidays and come in to prepare. You can see them getting photocopying ready, they can get lesson plans, they're getting their rooms ready for their teaching, whatever it might be. But you're also trying to give them that flexibility of work practice during that non-term time, which I think they see a lot of their friends and who might be working in different professions getting the chance to refresh and to recharge those pastoral boundaries. And so that you expect them, but you can tell very quickly those teachers who have used that 8 weeks well, and some of those teachers who haven't used that 8 weeks well.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any more questions? If not, we're up against the time limit.
I've just got one last one. I just wanted to ask you about models like Teacher Australia, where teachers come from industry into teaching. Have you got any experience or reflections on those kinds of models?
I can't comment on that one specifically, so do you? No.
Okay, no worries. No. Thanks very much for your time.
Okay.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
I've got one question. Sorry, it was 2 minutes to go, isn't it? I just wanted to ask about the accreditation process. It seems to be that's one of the sort of pain points for teachers, the amount of documentation that's required to attain proficient teacher status and then to maintain that in an ongoing way. And it seems to be just an additional stress and added burden. Is there a way that system could be simplified to make sure that it's there to maintain some quality standard in terms of teaching, the teaching profession, but without the necessary paperwork and time burden that's associated. You would be, as principals, you would know a good teacher when you see them. You see them every day. They're working with you every day. You'd be the best judge to know whether someone's up to the job or not, whether they're competent and proficient. Is that an area of reform that might be able to be looked at to perhaps lift some of the pressures off our teaching workforce?
I think the response that we have from our sector is, first of all, whatever accreditation process we have in place, we want to make sure that it's authentic and maintains, and if it maintains, not just maintains in a negative way, actually affirms the professionalism of the teachers who have got that accreditation there. And we therefore want to make sure whatever accreditation process has a quality control mechanism about it. I think the second coming point to you there is, yes, you want to make sure that you've got a system that doesn't then become burdensome for the staff to do, and obviously there is actually reform happening in that space at the moment. That's something, again, we're talking about there in terms of that. And so one of the examples that we see there is, if we use the ETAMs, for example, at the moment, there is a strong sense of staff have to use the ETAMs, which is an online recording of their professional development. And it's also helpful for them because it automatically creates ticks as to when they've hit their certain hours. One of the proposed changes there is to potentially move away from using ETAMs and throw the responsibility back on staff to monitor their 50 hours of their own choosing. Is there wisdom in potentially keeping ETAMs as a good mechanism for our staff to actually help them with that, rather than becoming a burdensome, they've got to do it themselves? So yes, I think you've got to look at your accreditation process to make sure it's efficient and effective, but we also don't want to lose the quality at the same time. Sue, is there?
Yeah, I think the workload currently is very burdensome on people. It's become its own little industry of compliance for staff, and however that lands, it would need to be looked at so that it didn't just become another ticker box thing. There is some value in people reflecting on practice, so I think there's a middle road in there somewhere that could be considered worthwhile.
Do teachers in your sector do the accreditation, the mandatory hours, on paid time, or is that expected to be done in their own time?
They can do it either way. We provide a lot of all our professional development opportunities are that we provide for our schools, I think, across the sector as best we can. We do them in line with to make sure that they're relevant for teacher accreditation. Some schools do that in their professional development days, and would support that in budget allowance as best they can. And others would, I know some people go off and do things in their own time as well, because that's their interest area, and not necessarily call on the school funds to do that. So a mixture, I would think.
Okay, we're up against time, unfortunately, so thanks very much for your contribution. And we now move on to our rural and regional.
Thank you for the invitation.
Witnesses, yeah. Thanks, Gareth and Susan. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All the best with your schools.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Do we have Annabelle and Deborah online? We're still waiting for the last two witnesses there, Annabelle Strawn and Deborah Nielsen, but we can welcome Monica Davis, Professor Susan Ledger and Brian O'Neill. Susan doesn't need to be sworn in because she was with us on our first day of hearing from the University of Newcastle. She's wearing two hats. If Monica and Brian can hear me, and I can see you on screen, if you can swear yourself in, please, by stating your name, position and taking either the oath or affirmation, and we thank you all for your participation. You've got to unmute there, Brian. Gets us all in the end, the old unmute.
Monica, do you want to go first? My name is Monica Davis. I'm the CEO of the Country University Centre, presenting today from Ngarago Country in Cooma. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given to me by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Sue Ledger, I'm the...
Brian?
Good afternoon, everyone. Brian O'Neill. I'm calling from Central Queensland University, Mackay's Urali campus on the land of the Yugiri people. I swear that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I'm Sue Ledger. I'm from the University of Newcastle.
Susan, you've already been sworn in. You've already been sworn in from the first day of the hearing. You don't have to do it a second time.
Fabulous.
But we do have Annabelle and Deborah with us now. So if you're able to swear yourself in by stating your name, position, and taking either the oath or affirmation, please.
Why is it not working?
Yeah, we can hear you. Annabelle, Deborah. That's us.
See if you can speak to the chair and if you can hear us in return.
Good afternoon. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
I've walked out of the room, but the chair should respond to you.
They're saying they can, yes. Yes, but we can't hear them.
You can't hear us? Okay, that's a
The
problem.
volume definitely turned up for you.
Okay. Well, let's try to fix that. And in the meantime, given the time constraints, the other witnesses, it's available to you to make a short opening statement to the committee before we get to Q&A. Please.
Sure, I'm happy to kick things off if you like.
Yep, please.
So thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'm speaking on behalf of the Country University Centres. The Country University Centres are an asset for regional people who are considering entering the teaching profession and who would like to remain in their regional area to study and work. We offer dedicated study facilities and wraparound support to any Australian student from any Australian university. And with the support of the New South Wales Government, we're able to offer these facilities for free to any regional student. In 2022, the CEC supported 187 teaching students at both postgraduate and undergraduate level. Research has shown that the CEC is increasing retention and success for these teaching students, with the CEC providing academic support, connections to local placements at local schools, reliable locations for exams and assessments, and a network of other students for peer support for all of these students. The Country University Centres are proudly providing local teaching graduates who are more likely to stay and teach in their regional areas and assisting regional communities to grow their own workforces. The recent census data has also shown a significant increase in participation. The towns with the Country University Centre showed an average of 24% increase in university participation compared to just 5% across non-metropolitan New South Wales. So we find that the Country University Centres are both helping people who are considering studying teaching to be more successful, but also lifting the number of people participating in studying teaching, increasing as well. Thank you very much.
I will go first and I'll hand over to Susan because we're both talking from different perspectives within.
We normally just get one
Sparrow.
statement given the time constraints, one statement per organisation. So Susan or Brian, please.
Sue, do you want to go?
No, you go, Brian. You're former past president.
Sparrow advocates for the education in the bush, Australia-wide, and we do so by advocating to governments, to education departments, We also celebrate the wonderful things about working in the bush. We celebrate the innovative practices through the Australian Rural Education Awards, and we also collect and actively research and publish our work through our journal, the Australian International Journal for Rural Education. And we have our editor with us, that's Professor Ledger right here now, and she's also the Director of Research. So the way in which we focused on our submission was looking at it from a rural lens. Yes, there is a shortage, but it's been around for rural schools for the past decade, so we can bring a certain amount of experience to the floor on this issue.
Thank you. Questions? Anthony D'Adam? Oh, okay. We'll just backtrack a
Thanks, Chair.
moment. Sorry, Anthony.
Oh, we have to hear. That's right.
Yeah.
Hear from.
Annabelle and Deborah, you can now hear us, can you?
Yes.
Right, okay, great. Can you please swear yourself in by stating your name, position, and taking either the oath or affirmation?
My name is Annabelle Strawn. I'm State Councillor of ICPA New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is Deborah Nelson. I'm part of the ICPA New South Wales State Council. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And we've got your submission there, so we might go to Anthony D'Adam for questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. I might direct my first question to the CUC. I have to say, initially I was very sceptical about CUCs, but I'm a bit of a convert in terms of the project and what it's seeking to achieve. I'm not sure whether you heard the evidence earlier from Alpha Crucis College, but both Alpha Crucis submission and yours touch on the issue around sort of moving away from the sort of FIFO approach to teaching staff and trying to find ways to recruit people into the teaching profession who have local roots, who are embedded in communities. I suppose the question I have is that the Alpha Crucis model seemed to contrast their approach to the CUC by saying that theirs was much more based on a sort of collective approach to recruitment of students, whereas the CUC is relying on individuals to enrol in university courses and then be supported through the CUC process. I wonder whether you might be able to offer some comments around, you know, why the CUC approach is the appropriate way or the best way to deal with the issue of finding teachers in remote areas.
Absolutely. So I think there's space for all the different approaches to complement each other. We find that the CUC approach is very appropriate in our smaller regional communities where there's very small cohorts of students. We've also found that in encouraging a student to find the most appropriate university for them, their chances of success in study are increased. Now, what that might mean is a student chooses their university based on the supports that are available at that university, a particular area of specialisation. It might be the placement schedule, which varies across different universities, or where those placements are able to be offered. So if we can connect a student with the best university for them, their chances of success are increased. And because we're working in fairly small communities, the Cooma, where I'm calling in from today, only has 7,000 people. We find that being able to find a broader cohorts that, for example, Alpha College may be able to work with is something that is not as applicable or appropriate to our smaller regional communities.
Can I ask, do you have an active role in recruiting for practicum places for CUC students in education? Or maybe you could just elaborate on how that works for CUCs if you do.
Absolutely. So we'll play a number of roles in advocating for students. So firstly is in trying to connect them with local schools. So each of our centre managers have very strong connections with their local schools at both high school and primary school, and we'll aim to connect students, university placement teams and those schools together to make sure that people can participate in the right type of placement for them locally, because we know for a lot of our students, the majority of them are working with working commitments, caring commitments, and often prefer to stay locally. So again, we can assist them by making sure they can get that placement locally. But one of the other things that we will try and do is, if possible, connect them with something like an SLSO role to make sure that they can have those very strong connections with the school, again, facilitating those pathways to employment once they've graduated.
And what's the kind of the support that's being provided by the Department of Education in terms of facilitating that? Is are there any areas for improvement on that front that you might be able to suggest?
Yeah, absolutely. So I would say that our collaborations at this stage are somewhat ad hoc on a place-by-place basis, and I would say there's definitely opportunity for us to have a more strategic collaboration in this space and to work together. We've got a very positive relationship with the Department of Education, but as you suggest, there's always room to improve and build upon those relationships and make sure that we can maximise that partnership.
Thank you. I might yield to my colleague if she's got some questions.
Thank you. Courtney Houshoff.
Thanks very much. Mr. Chair, can I say thank you very much to our panel for your submission, for your time, for your expertise. I know you've appeared before a number of our inquiries now, so we like coming back to you. You're great witnesses for us. Very, very helpful to tap into your expertise. I specifically wanted to start by asking the Isolated Children's Parents Association. You flagged in your opening statement that this is something that has been teacher shortages have been confronting your students for years. Can you talk about what that impact has been on your students, on your children?
Well, we've certainly have suggested that it's longer than a decade that we have struggled with teacher attracting and particularly retaining teachers. The impact on the children has been, in a sense, a community impact as much as on the children. So staying with the children, with the series of primary school teachers and some of them being very temporary, their primary schooling is often less than ideal, and they are very, very, I don't have a statistic, but I will personally go out on a limb and say 80% of cases they're behind their year 7 cohorts when they go to a high school. They usually have to go on to boarding school. If they don't go on to boarding school, they effectively finish school after year 6, because what they do is they attempt distance education in their homes, and often those homes have no one suitable that's accessible to the student to help them with their distance education program. So effectively, they become just an engaged student to stage 4 of their schooling. So the best case scenario is that they've had a teacher for at least 2 or maybe 3 years through their primary schooling, and they're reasonably able to adapt to a boarding school academic environment. But a lot of children are not in that lucky case. Have I answered your question?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Did you want to add anything else to that one?
There's a lot I could add.
Sorry, I might pass over.
I want to build on that.
Yeah.
And I want to build on Brian's comment. Is there a reverb? Are people getting a reverb? Yeah, I'm getting it from everybody. Is it just me or?
No, not in the committee room.
Oh, okay. Look, I want to add to the ICPA's response and Brian saying that this has been a long-standing issue for rural and remote. It's not a decade, it's probably about 5 decades. We have always had issues getting people to rural and remote centres. I think it primarily stems down to, the status of the rural and remote areas, in the same way the status of the teaching profession itself. So both those things come hand in hand. They both have discourses and languages around it that is often quite detrimental and negative. And I think that's part of the need for us to actually really enforce the positives of teaching in rural and remote centres, but more importantly, preparing our students and our student teachers for teaching in rural and remote centres, as well as our leaders. Often I'll add to your comment from the ICPA is that I'm a country person, low SES person from the country, first in family to have a degree. I've lived this experience. My family has lived this experience. And some of my nieces have had first-year art teachers for 10 years of their teaching, of their learning, as well as new principles. It does have an impact. And this is why we're called in all of the other inquiries that we look at this as a whole of profession approach. So it's not just rural and remote as part of it, it's rural and remote into planned for within a whole of profession in how we attract students into the profession, how we support them through the program and specialise possibly in rural and remote or Indigenous studies, because often we don't even hear the word Indigenous. We have a lot of those schools are even harder to staff. So, I think it goes back to what has been recommended, and I support the new task force recommendations, but I think we have to add diversity in that. And I think equity and diversity, or else we will continue to have persistent and entrenched localised disadvantage. Joe Reid called this out in 2017 and people have continually called it out. We have a very much metrocentric approach to our policies, particularly teacher education. We can't get our teachers out to the country. It's very costly. I must recommend New South Wales Teacher Supply Strategy has got some incentives now for that, but it only goes tiny way into actually encouraging and enticing students out in that area. We often have shortages in the area that means that we can't have mentor teachers training our pre-service teachers. I would nominate that we differentiate and actually suggest supernumerary people in the rural and remote areas to support not only new graduates but our pre-service teachers whilst they're out there. And I think CUC could have a role in that because you provide us a safe haven, I suppose. That's always important. So I think what we're doing now is really important, getting everyone that's got some sort of commitment to rural and remote education to get together and solve it. We've had so many recommendations and reviews over the past 20-odd years that it's nice that hopefully we actually get some action as a result of this. I'm delighted that being part of the Halsey report and the recent rural RRRE review is that we finally have Fiona Nash appointed as a Commissioner of Rural Education. Now, with that leader, I think we've got great opportunity to actually advance this endeavour. I'm excited about that.
Raise the equity point about Indigenous that you've mentioned. 3 weeks ago with an upper house colleague, we were at Walgett and Burke high schools where it's not a teacher shortage, it's a student attendant deficit. That 150 enrolled at both high schools, only 50 in attendance that day. I think maybe half that number after lunch, and yet you have 20 teaching staff available. So a very high ratio of teachers to students.
I think it's a bigger picture there, Mark.
Is uneven in the bush, isn't it? That we've got some schools where the educational problem is the students not attending.
Yeah, and I think we have to, it's a bit like when we teach when we're a teacher. I know when I was teaching, I'd never blame my students for a lot of the behaviour. I'd probably blame how I teach and what I'm teaching and the relevance of it. I think it's a bigger picture there and what we need to discuss. I think making sure that we have place-based safe environments for our students to go to is really important. I'm not sure Walgett is having some issues at the moment. That's certainly an issue. The thought of sending out pre-service teachers or new graduates to that location is problematic. It's, we need to support where there's support needed. So I think it's more than just looking at teaching ratio, Mark. I think it's looking at what's happening within those contexts. It's making it, not as safe.
Oh, yeah, we've got to analyse what's happening, and that's even more tragic. But I'm just saying that some of this is uneven across the state. Like on a separate inquiry infrastructure, our committee has been to public schools where there's a sea of demountables, 30 or 40 demountables, and a sort of a sardine type feeling. But to walk past empty, blackened classrooms, one after another at Walgett and Burke, where they didn't have enough students to turn on the lights and open the classroom that day, I've got to say is pretty depressing on the flip side. So, the issues in Indigenous are a bit different to the other schools where we do talk about teacher shortages, where there's a body of students who attend every day.
I would probably have to relook at some of those points. I think it's certainly we need to look at each school and each context without trying to replicate those issues. There are certain times where certain schools go through some pressure points, and we need to be aware and support that, have the wraparound support for schools in the same way that we have wraparound support for teachers and students.
But isn't it parental attitudes to education? I mean, I've been to refugee type schools in Fairfield where they get just people from a very disadvantaged background after 3 or 4 years into university, and the parents there are valuing education, and for those families attendance is compulsory. So it's outside the terms of reference, I know, but I'm just making the point that it is very uneven. And I'll go to Scott Farlow for any questions he might have.
Thank you very much. Mine's very much to the Country University Centre. We had Alpha Crucis here talking about the importance of on-country, for-country learning effectively, and I think that that's effectively what the CUC model does in a sense. Just interested in terms of, and we've visited in the previous inquiry the CUC at Goulburn and seen the great work that they do. What sort of linkage and placement programs does the CUC have with local schools in an area as part of that course delivery program?
Absolutely. So perhaps the best example I can give you is one from Cooma with our local Catholic school here. So through the process of students, we don't deliver university courses. That's very much the domain of the university, but we'll support those students studying and we'll connect them with the principal at the local school who will say, I am looking for a placement at this level or at this time. We'll also try and make sure we connect them with smaller schools in the region or more specialised schools for specialised placements. But through that St. Pat's connection, we've found that 6 of those students who we have facilitated to participate in a placement at that school have gone on to work at that school once they've graduated as well.
Thanks, Monica. And also interested in terms of one of the things that was said to us today was about linking effectively and going out and finding teachers in regional areas, teachers who are part of the community, people who are part of the community and encouraging them to take up a career in teaching. Now, I think when we were hearing that before, primary school teaching might be one thing, but when you're looking at specialised teaching, and we've heard about the shortages when it comes to maths and science in particular, that becomes a lot more challenging, I take it, as well. Just interested in terms of the panel here, whether there are any programs you're aware of, where there has been some success in being able to identify teachers within community who might be in another profession, for instance, to be able to come across into teaching, particularly in those areas where there are shortages.
I might just kick off by saying that our regional towns have a wealth of people with a vast variety of experience, and those are the people who make excellent teachers. So people with some life experience, with experience in another profession, and that nurturing those people is incredibly valuable through that postgraduate study option. Sue, would you like to add to that?
I'd agree with that. I think we need to look at the assets that we have in the rural and remote areas and really build on that. There are some great programs around. I mean, I've just come from Cape York, the Cape York group, and they do a build your own or group up here, and they identify students and support them through. So I think that's one of the successful ones. Brian, you've talked about a couple in Queensland too.
Yes, and there's Beyond the Range, and of course there's the work of Elaine Sharpen in WA, with the way in which she did as part of her course, she took kids on a road trip through rural communities and got them working in schools. One thing I do want to point out, which isn't in my submission, but it provides a great support to the rural school leader and also the teachers, and that is the introduction of the CLAW, Centres for Learning and Wellbeing, that have been developed in Queensland as part of the rural and remote strategy. There was an ADG, Assistant Director General, appointed for rural and remote in 2016, and that's one of the strategies that he brought up.
The other ones, Brian, in New South Wales are their rural experience programs where they fund our and this is only small, but it's getting bigger because they're recognising the need. They're actually funding our students to go to on rural placements. That's been really, really good. Grow Your Own is one of the New South Wales strategies. Support for rural beginners. So New South Wales, in their New South Wales Teacher Supply Strategy, has identified some really good programs. It's just working out how to scale that and make it a bit, more open to more people.
Now, one of the other criticisms we've heard today has been in terms of the FIFO model, so to speak, of people who are brought from the city, encouraged to go to regional communities because of a financial incentive, go out there, take their 2 years or 3 years in regional communities and then leave. Just interested in whether that's been your observation as well, and if there are better models that you think, and I think that the isolated parents want to make a point on that one.
Thank you. We can't cite any existing program, but as part of our submission, we had into the strategies for supplying teachers, we have advocated federally and state in our state councils for the recognition, accreditation, and obviously remuneration of the home tutors who work in distance education classrooms, isolated distance education classrooms. This is not people who are electing to do distance education because of another reason. We're talking about classrooms which exist because the students are geographically isolated from a government school, so they have to do distance ed. So the task for that, and both Annabelle and I can attest to this because we both have taught our children, and my mother taught me, so I know it all very well. It's a big job. And it requires behaviour management, programming, motivation, student welfare. It's everything across a multi-stage situation. So we've actually identified all the tasks involved, and it has been at some levels approved that this is a teaching position. But of course it's not ordained as such because there is a teacher at the distance education school. What we would like to see, and it could be very, very helpful in the present crisis, is if those home tutors wished, there would be a pathway such as the lady from CUC spoke about, where they could be accredited. They may need to do further training, but they could be accredited, and as they actually live on the stations near the little village schools, they would be welcomed with open arms, and quite frankly, they would be a lot better, in a simplistic expression, a lot better than some of the 4-year trained teachers who come from the coast. And I don't mean to be disparaging, but they're often schools, multi-stage schools, and that's really the thing that's difficult, the multi-stage, teaching multi-stage. Even if you only have 8 or 10, if there's kindy and there's year 6 and all in between, and you're the only teacher, that's the skill you need the most. And I have taught in those schools. Mm-hmm. So I felt that my training to be a high school teacher was not worth a piece of paper, but what I learned teaching my own children in my own, here at home in the kitchen, was how I was able to become an effective teacher. This would all need to be regulated, and I'm only speaking from from a personal point of view, which is now not just me, I mean all over Australia, home tutors feel as I do, and we would love to see it picked up and run with the others.
I'd love to work on that. I think there's 2 points there. One, the fly in, fly out issue, and I'm not sure if it's a problem. Sometimes you don't want them to stay there longer than for 2 years, possibly. It's the same problem that happens in international schools. Some places are renowned for being short-term, mid-term or long-term stay locations. We see that in all of our schools now. What we need to do is actually do what you've said, Anna, identify those who are local that we could build up their skills. And with New South Wales, the tender out at the moment for the upskilling SLSOs, who are often the ones that are doing the bulk, a lot of the work in schools, and these, particularly the rural and remote ones. They stay there the whole time while people come in after and watch people come in and out. So I don't think we should problematise it as flying fly-outs is bad. I think we should say for some people it's actually okay. You may not want, it may not want them longer than those 2 years, but our job is to actually try to get people to want to stay in these locations.
Yeah,
and SLSOs is one of those.
Annabelle had her hand up.
Yeah, just another question, another point for our small isolated schools out here is accommodation. Some of our schools in these areas don't have second accommodation for any of this to happen. And it's not fair to ask a principal with all their personal possessions in their house to house someone else. So I think that's a problem that we really need to rectify as well.
Thank you.
Annabella, that's been a review. If you look at the Australian International Journal of Rural Ed over the last 30 odd years, it's been the number one issue. No accommodation in the private sector. Although, if you look at similar problems with health have been given huge amounts of money and accommodation to support their rural and remote nurses and health workers. We don't have that luxury, unfortunately, with education at the moment. It'd be nice if we could share those resources possibly.
Can I just jump in on that one? Just, I was up on the mid-north coast recently, and I was speaking to some of the locals. They were retelling the story of a teacher who was there on a temporary contract who couldn't find accommodation because of the impact of the significant rise in rental costs in those communities and the lack of rentals being available. This teacher was sleeping in their car. Do you have, I suppose the issue that I'm trying to raise here is the accommodation issue is not unique just to teaching in the Western Division or in those isolated communities, but even rural communities on the coast. Do you have any comments in relation to that observation?
It's the number one issue for all of our students, whether they're going rural, regional or remote. Accommodation is a huge factor.
And that reflects our experience as well.
Yeah.
So I was going to say certainly that reflects our experience as well across all our regional communities. Schools have identified qualified candidates but cannot get them to the region because of housing shortages.
That's right. That's exactly right. And that's nothing new. We've been putting recommendations in that for a very, very long time. Brian, you're a witness of that.
Is it the quality of the housing? Because certainly on pricing, there's big advantages to get out of the city.
In Cooma right now, there are 5 rentals across the entire town, and only 2 of them would be houses that could house a family. And my understanding is there's more than 30 families waiting on a waiting list in most of the real estate agents. So it's quite a significant housing crisis across all people trying to come to the regional areas.
And Monica too, if you're placing prac students out in those areas to give them a taste, and if you give them a taste, they end up loving it and they actually will go back. And we can't get accommodation short term. The rents are so expensive. So we have had evidence, like you said, about, in cars, in tents, all sorts of different things.
Any other questions?
And in our western areas, there is no accommodation. Like there is a teacher house, and that is it.
Yeah.
Any other
In some
questions from the
cases,
committee
there's not
members?
water taps.
If not, thank you very much for the panel, Monica, Susan, Brian, Annabelle and Deborah. It's always important for this committee to be acutely aware of the unique issues in rural and regional New South Wales. So we thank you very much for your submissions and participation, and we'll carry forward a lot of those ideas for our committee report and recommendations. So thanks very much. Thank you. And our proceedings for the day are closed to resume tomorrow under Chairman Scott at 10:45. Thanks, everyone.
Begins. Thank you.